Alrighty, alrighty. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How are we doing today? How are we doing today? We're just starting up the stream right now. What's good, everybody? Let me let everyone know. Let me set everything up for the stream. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Sophie? What's up, Silky? How you doing? What's good? What's good? Courtney, how you doing? What's up, Barbie? What's up, Macy? What's up, Kat? How you doing? What's up,
How you
Courtney,
doing?
Amanda? Oh, I gotta set up the chat real quick. Oh, I gotta actually type correctly. Early morning, everybody. What's up? What's up? Everyone, I'm just gonna let y'all know. We get a little bit of a cool thing today. Okay, so I'm gonna go live for probably like a few hours here this morning. And then tonight, I will also be live for multiple hours. I think I'll start like at like 7 p.m. tonight, like super late. But that'll be fun. It'll be double the streams today. Double the streams. Double the fun. 7 p.m. Pacific time or 7:30 probably. It's whenever my girlfriend leaves. And then I'll go right now until essentially when Dean goes live. It could be like 4 hours. It could be like 3 hours. It honestly just depends on whenever Dean goes live, to be honest. And then later I'll have like a 3 4 hour stream, like late tonight. So that'll be fun. What happened last night? My Wi-Fi just randomly cut out in the middle of the stream. Just randomly cut out in the middle of the stream. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. What's up, Atomic? I'm doing good today so far. Just woke up about an hour ago. Q&A soon? Maybe, maybe. Maybe. We're going to start getting some debates up here right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're going to start getting some debates up here very soon. What's up with people who are always in the guest box? Here, I'm going to add him up because I'm like, why? What are you doing? Ali, thank you so much, The Galaxy. How are you in the stream so early?
I'm just watching, man.
I'll actually debate you because I don't have any other guest requests right now.
Got
So you are actually lucky on that one. I'm not gonna lie, you're lucky on that one. So let's talk about economics. I want you to give me the reason why you think that Donald Trump's economic policy is better.
I think the main reason is because we're not putting on new debt with just subsidies, and we're using the tariff revenue as the main source of our subsidies to bring back manufacturing without adding debt.
So this is actually something I wanted to critique is that you're getting the revenue from a regressive tax structure rather than a progressive tax structure, right?
I would agree, yeah.
Okay, so then
It's
you're shifting the burden of taxation from those that are higher income to those that are lower income disproportionately, correct?
I wouldn't say so because the major businesses are paying off most of the difference.
What do you mean paying off the difference? What does that mean?
Like if it's 90% higher, they're paying that 90%. They're putting on the burden on the companies, not the people buying the products.
Well, so if it's a regressive tax structure, meaning it's going to disproportionately negatively impact low and middle income individuals because it raises the consumer prices, and because people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products, that's going to have a regressive negative impact. So
Well,
essentially, what I'm
Trump
saying,
said it's going to affect people in the short term, which is true, but it's supposed to bring manufacturing here so it starts to go down.
well, one, that's not happening. And then as well, in terms of this, you just said short term, the price impacts are in the long run.
Well, the plan, as far as I know, his plan is to use the money for drilling oil, bringing back manufacturing, agriculture. I mean, all places where we're struggling right now. And his plan is to use that money to
Okay,
bring
so
back manufacturing, bail out agriculture, but
why
they're not
can't you get
letting
the
them
money from a progressive tax increase, like through the income
because
tax?
it was adding, well, like with the CHIPS Act, it was just adding on unnecessary debt, and a lot of those solar farms that they built are shut down.
No, 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 no. A lot of them don't shut down. I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to talk about the solar farms, solar is becoming significantly less expensive over time, right? And significantly more productive and efficient in terms of developing energy. And that is only continuing to increase in terms of its development and its usage, especially into the future. I mean, according to the Department of Energy, we've seen a reduction in how much solar costs per kilowatt in terms of the developing of its energy by over 3 to 4 times the past 15 years,
I mean, I was reading the
right?
CHIPS Act last night, and it says it's going to take like 20 years for it to even be profitable. And,
Well,
and they are
wait, wait,
shutting
wait,
down.
wait. Which one? One particular place?
What it was talking about, the wind farms or the turbine farms and the solar
Yeah.
places. I
So
did read that
the
a couple
certain
of them
so
were shut
some certain
down
turbines taking a while to become I don't know why they would take 20 years. I'd have to see specifically where you're looking. Appreciate the
just
amazing. Thank you
based
so
on
much.
the billion that they spent. How long it's going to take to make $1 billion from it, or offset the cost.
Oh, that doesn't mean no. Okay, so here's what you're misunderstanding. That doesn't mean that they're not profitable yet. They're profitable. They're just like it's in order to be able to recoup the same investment they put in. That's like think about it this way. Like
Well,
when you buy a business, right? The business could be already profitable, but you still are paying off the business, right?
I see
Does that
what you
make
mean, like
sense?
in a loan structure. Like,
No, it's profitable. That's how you're able to get income, right? But you're just paying off of the original investment you put in.
I see what you mean. Like, it's bringing in money every month.
Hmm.
You're
So it's
not.
profitable within that sense, but you're talking about the recouping of the investment.
I mean, I just from everything I've been reading, I mean, obviously drilling is going to give us more short term profits, which we are needing.
So, wait, you said what's going to produce short-term profits?
Drilling, oil, fracking.
Well, I don't think that's going to be beneficial for like our economy as a whole. You understand that these have negative impacts in terms of pollution, in terms of the effect in the environment, which negatively impacts the health of other individuals. So a lot of these
It also
environmental
creates a
regulations
lot
that
of
we're
jobs as well,
imposing,
though.
a lot of these environmental regulations that we can create a lot of jobs through renewable energy production. We can subsidize that. So the fact that we'd be subsidizing the fossil fuel industry would be worse for our overall society because it creates lower conditions for social benefits. Because when we impose regulations relating to the environment, it will create better conditions for the health of other people, whereas otherwise they would have been negatively impacted to a greater extent. Think about like if a company pollutes into a waterway, right? And then that waterway is used by other people. If that polluted waterway is used by other people and it affects their health, that's going to have detrimental impacts on the entirety of society. Was it beneficial and profitable for the company to like literally pollute in that type of way? Probably, but that doesn't mean that it would be beneficial for society as a whole. So these different types of regulations are to ensure that we don't have negatives in the context of our society as a whole. A lot of these EPA programs, particularly, they like have way more benefits. I'm talking like some of them 50 times the level of benefits as what they do costs, right? Imposed in terms of the regulation. So a lot of these regulations are incredibly important in terms of the environment. We gotta believe in science. We gotta actually uphold science. We can't just
Yeah,
like
but
act
like I
like it's
was
fake.
saying, what you're talking about, like all this, green energy, it's gonna take 20 years. I think it's like it
Fine.
said 2036 is
Wait,
when it
wait.
would actually make a difference.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? It's already making a difference. But when would it make the difference that we would want it? Yes, it's going to take 20, 30 years, of course. Just because something takes a long time to be able to create doesn't mean that we shouldn't be operating and working in that type of way. Don't you do the same thing with the debt? We can't get rid of the debt in like a year or four. We can't do that. We're going to try and chip it down over time. You understand that? So like that's going to be a 30, 40 year long thing. A lot of the things in politics are like that. Same thing is with Social Security. I think we need to revamp the funding for Social Security because I think right now it's incredibly inefficient and it leads to the issues of insolvency that we are possibly going to see. So we need to
Yeah,
like
I mean,
defend and strengthen our social programs.
yeah, but like when we were talking about yesterday, how we were talking about how private companies under Biden received more, you know, investments. But like I was saying earlier, like that was their main deal. They were paying people to invest in private companies. They were giving incentives to invest in private companies, which Trump is doing that through tariffs instead of just
Yeah, yeah.
paying
So
everybody.
again, what is the method of getting the revenue? Is it based upon a progressive tax structure or a regressive tax structure? Trump's is based upon a regressive tax structure meant to benefit rich and wealthy Americans at the expense of low and middle class Americans, whereas the progressive tax structure is specifically meant to get most of the revenue from those that have the most disposable income, who are the richest, right? And that's who's going to pay the most, who can, right? Not the people who can't pay, that need the help.
So can you what? So you're saying they were going to incentivize higher taxes for the rich to pay off their debt from like the CHIPS Act or from their renewable energy taxes?
Well, I'm confused what you got from that. What I was saying is that if you're talking about subsidies for building up
Mhm.
manufacturing in this country, and the way that you want to do it is through the context of the usage of tariffs versus the context of income tax, where is most of that revenue coming from? Well, disproportionately with tariffs, it's going to be coming from right low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods that are impacted by the tariffs. So it's going to disproportionately raise taxes on low and middle income individuals. Whereas if you look at specifically progressive taxes, disproportionately people who are richer, right, pay significantly more, right? That's exactly how it should work, right? Because they have the most
Mhm.
disposable income. So what
Yeah,
you're doing is you're shifting the burden of taxation. You're saying instead of the rich people paying for these systems, it should be people in the low and middle class to a greater extent. And I think that's ridiculous because right now we're trying to create social programs to benefit people in the low and middle class because they're the ones that need the help, not the people who are overwhelmingly rich thinking about buying their next yacht.
I mean, I agree with the with taxes, but like you can't tell me that Trump cutting taxes for businesses isn't like incentivizing them to like invest money into the US market. Like we've seen that with China, those I think it was Saudi Arabia that like pledged $500 billion. I know it hasn't gone through yet, but you know what I'm talking about. Like we
Eh,
had a bunch of countries pledge that they're going to, you know, do a bunch with AI or
if the tariffs are imposed, that's
fracking.
increasing the taxes. So wouldn't that disincentivize investment with the United States? If you think about it in total terms, if you impose a tariff on countries around the world, it disincentivizes trade with the United States in countries that you impose a tariff on. Therefore, would disincentivize investment.
But
Correct?
it's not. It's not. Like I said, yes, last night,
It's not.
and you
What do you mean it's
refuted.
not? So our tariffs are tax?
It's a tax on an import.
Yeah. So
But
then
like I said,
so then that would affect investment according to your own position, right?
no, because we're gonna be using subsidies to still incentivize people to come here. He just hasn't been able to do it because they blocked the tariff revenue because they called it unconstitutional.
No, but the tariffs in of themselves, the thing that you're utilizing to fund the investment into the United States, is having a greater negative impact and disincentivizing investment in the United States. If we
Yes,
even
and obviously there's going to be an increase of prices at first. Like obviously, because it's a tax on an importer, we're going to be paying a margin of the difference in cost. But it's supposed to bring manufacturing here because it's disrupting the whole market. Like I said last night, and you said ta- our tariffs aren't affecting other people's markets. It is, and that's just like simple. Like it says it raises
I did say
five
it
to ten
affects other
percent
people's
globally.
markets.
Well, maybe it was Dean that said that,
Dean didn't say it
but
didn't impact other markets.
yes, he said it only impacts American imports, which is just wrong. It affects everybody's imports because of the supply chain issues.
Well, it is true that it is the case that like when you place a tariff on a different country, that it disincentivizes them to engage in business with our country, meaning that they lose out on business. So it does affect their country. I don't think that Dean would say that because I've said this on live with him there many times.
I mean, I mean that's what I said. I said it affects the global market and it makes people take their
You were
starting
arguing
price
that prices
at a
go up.
higher
You
price.
were arguing that prices go up in different countries, but you weren't understanding that that's because of the retaliatory tariffs that they place, right, on us, not because of the tariffs that we imposed on them.
And but
That was your
that's the whole
misunderstanding.
point, was to make the market equal.
What do you mean? But the idea is that this isn't actually doing that. These aren't reciprocal tariffs. These tariffs are universalized. They're not even in they're not even retaliatory in plenty of the cases. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Mary. Like, for example, like with Canada and Mexico, we had an agreement with them through the context of the USMCA to mitigate tariffs. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mary. So this is imposing greater levels of tariffs on countries that we have already had agreements to reduce tariffs on. So if the whole goal is to reduce tariffs, well then I don't see how that's gonna be
The
something
the
that you get
the
here. And
key
then secondly,
purpose of
like
a tariff,
you wouldn't have
the
your
key pur- the key
increase in
purpose
funds
of a
then.
tariff is to equalize the effective starting price of imported goods.
Wait, restate that.
One key purpose of a tariff is to equalize the effective starting price of imported goods versus domestically produced ones. That
No, I
it's
understand.
saying
No, it's not trying to equalize it. It's trying to make it preferable to buy American-made goods.
yes. And
Yeah. So
how
then,
do you think
if
that's
that's the
bad though?
context, if that's the context to make it preferable to buy American-made goods, well, then it
Because
would be
it's the
the
same price
hold up, hold
as
up.
other places.
It relies on the prices of other goods coming from countries around the world to be more expensive to the consumer here in the United States. Correct?
Well, for everybody, even people living in that country.
Well, we're talking about the like a tariff placed on a different country while we're here in the United States. It's going to cause the prices. You're saying the only way it would be relevant if it causes the prices of foreign products to become more expensive to the American consumer comparative to U.S. made products. That's the only way that you could incentivize it to a greater extent. So what you're saying is that you don't think America is so great. You think America is actually not so great, and that's why it is the case that it needs artificial barriers in place to restrict trade in order to be able to actually compete within the markets on the
Yes,
global
that is
stage.
100% true. That's what was happening. I mean,
America's
China
not
was,
so great. Look at this. America's horrible.
they're
Actually,
not the
it can't
biggest
compete on the world
manufacturer.
stage. I tell you. Look at that.
We used to be one of the biggest manufacturers. Like all my grandparents
Trump has
worked
made
at
it worse,
Ford
right? Manufacturing has declined under Trump's administration, not only in this
because we're
term but
not
the
just
term
handing
prior.
out incentives. We're not just giving people $100,000 to start a
So, is
business
your
here
goal
like
to
Biden has.
increase or to decrease manufacturing?
Increase
Okay,
domestic
if your goal is to
manufacturing.
increase, so then you should look at Donald Trump decreasing domestic manufacturing investment under his administration, not only this term but his first term as well.
Under his first term as well.
Yeah, if you
Let
look
me
at real
look at that.
manufacturing investment from the St. Louis Federal Reserve and the Bureau of Economic Analysis, it indicates that
Private.
literally there's a decline in real manufacturing investment under Trump's first term and a decline under his next term since he's got in office.
But my point is he Biden spent like $1 billion on just telling people to come and work, like build manufacturing
Not
here.
just telling people, giving them
He's
like
giving them
subsidies
money
or giving them tax credits or providing mechanisms for them to invest into, like, say, renewable energies, right? Those are things specifically that built up real manufacturing investment in this country.
Yeah, but especially with the renewable energy, that's not going to do anything for us right now. We're losing, like, that's what I mean by, like, we're losing money right now because of it.
No, we're not. We're
It's not
actually
get
gaining money because you're not looking at it from the overall perspective in terms of the net benefits for our society as a whole. You're
in
not
30
taking into account the
years we're
level of
going to
pollution.
see.
You're not taking into account the difference in agricultural production. You're not taking into account the difference in conditions that's going to exist on a global standpoint because of the fact that the changing climate is impacting us. And you could say, oh, it's because it is the case that we have a greater level of costs imposed on us now, and there's not much of a benefit for us now, but there would be a big benefit for us in the future, means we shouldn't address it. So that same argument means we shouldn't address the national debt under your perspective, right?
No.
Because, I mean, that's only going to help our grandkids. That doesn't help us. It benefits us to have extra money.
I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't have it at all. I'm just saying it shouldn't be our number one priority. When
Oh, okay.
there's been
So we shouldn't have a priority for addressing the national debt.
well, it is through tariffs. That's what it's doing.
Then
We're also
no,
paying.
it's not. You think the tariff revenue? I appreciate it, Mary. Thank you for the galaxy. Is being used for multiple things at once. Mary, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Mary, thank
But
you.
like I said, those $500 billion pledged by these countries just like it hasn't came yet. What happens then when the market starts to go up? Are you gonna be like, that's because of Trump? Like that's supposed to happen. Like look up
Well,
all the
I
pledges
appreciate the
from
galaxy.
these
Thank you
countries
so
that
much. Thank you so much, Mary. In terms of the investment, you said if it goes up, will I say it's related to Trump? Yes, I'll say it's related to the tariffs, but it's offsetted specifically by the other different types of negative impacts that we see in terms of the price increases, in terms of the inconsistencies within our markets. Right? You understand that those things are what we have been talking about is the most relevant point to address in the very first place. This is just another issue to show that like the implementation of tariffs has all these issues, especially even in the short run. Because you were arguing the short run is going to make it so much better off right now. That's why I mean to impose tariffs. But then it has negative impacts in the short run, so you say it's more beneficial in the long run. And then I give you examples like climate change specifically, where we could have addresses specifically are more beneficial in the long run, right? And
okay,
then you're
well,
like, okay, well, it's actually not benefiting us right now. So which one is it?
well, it will benefit us right now. Like I'm saying, Saudi Arabia, I'm looking at it right now, pledged $600 billion for Trump's term
Net
for
decrease in investment so
clean
far.
energy. Huh?
Net decrease in investment so far since Trump got in
So far
office.
because they haven't been approved.
Okay, why not?
All this stuff is taking so long because all the courts are like, no, 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 we don't want you to be good. Like if we got the $600 billion from
Or he
Saudi
just didn't
Arabia,
actually go through the legal
1.2
process
trillion
of
from
setting up the policy. That's what it is.
1.2 trillion from Qatar. Like we're just waiting on these things, and when it happens, you're just gonna be like, oh, that happened. I guess good for Trump, but like that's a $1.2 trillion from Qatar, United Emirates 1.4 trillion, Japan 1 trillion, South Korea 100
Galaxy. What
450
you're not
billion.
understanding is you're not comparing to what it would have been otherwise. And if we don't have imposed tariffs, there'd be a greater likelihood of them engaging in greater levels of investment. So you're simultaneously saying it's
The
better for
only
foreign
reason they
countries.
pledged
You're
those things.
simultaneously saying it's better for foreign countries to invest into our country, while saying that we should tariff those countries and disincentivize the trade with those countries, which would mitigate
No.
and reduce the level of investment that they have in our country.
The
Think about
only
what you're
reason they
saying.
pledged those is because of the tariffs. They were scared.
No, that's not true.
It
It's
is
totally
true. I'm
not
reading it
true.
right now.
So listen, they pledge it out loud is different from what they would have done otherwise. So think about this way. Think about it this way. They're pledging it out loud. They're saying it, and Trump's taking oh, I did this. This is so great. This is happening because of me. No, this is just an investment that happened under the administration. If Biden did this, right, he could have claimed $1 trillion investment coming here, $1 trillion investment there. Oh my God, investments into this country like you've never seen before. I'm telling you that because the GDP is higher than it's ever been before. That's what's gonna happen when you have a higher GDP. So what you're misunderstanding is that in terms of these policies, right, that Donald Trump imposing the tariffs reduces the trade overall. They might claim, oh my God, dude, this lag is crazy. Am I getting lag actually? Like I'm what 12
Yeah, I was
minutes in?
gonna say it's lagging like
I'm sorry. It
crazy.
does this every morning just for like a second, and like I check my internet and it's completely fine. Watch, I'm gonna check my internet. It's gonna be completely
I've
fine.
been watching. It's
Yeah, my internet is totally fine.
Are you on Ethernet?
Yeah,
What the
it's. I swear there's
Like
something.
it's
I don't know what it is. I like every day. Like
Wait, are you
it's near the
streaming on
morning
another
time.
phone?
I'm on my computer.
Oh, yeah, then I have no idea. That's crazy if you're on Ethernet. Must be
Yeah,
LA.
crazy, right? I don't know. Mary, thank you so much for all the galaxies. Thank you.
No,
It
but like
should
I
be
was
better now.
saying, yeah, Biden paid companies to come here instead of like making them come here.
Okay,
Sorry.
so and that's incentivizing them to come here, right? Isn't that incentivizing a greater level of investment? Isn't
By
that
adding
doing
debt to
exactly what you
our
said you wanted
by
to?
adding but they were adding debt. Biden was adding debt by getting people to
He
come here.
signed off
Trump
on
is not.
significantly less debt. Trump signed off on 4 trillion more debt under his administration comparative to the
But
Biden
what
Harris
was that
administration.
for?
Wait, now you're asking
What
me what
was
it's
that debt?
for? Massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires.
To incentivize manufacturing.
Oh, now
I
it's to
mean, that's what
incentivize
he
manufacturing,
says.
but it was bad when Biden was doing it.
It was different.
Well, I'm confused. You just said it was bad when Biden was doing it because it was adding to the debt. And then I actually showed you Trump signed off on more debt, and then you're saying it was beneficial to the manufacturing.
Well,
But
but wasn't it for
under Trump's
fracking and
first term, but
oil?
by the way, under Trump's first term, we had a decline in real manufacturing investment. So it was so great for the manufacturing investment of this country that it declined the manufacturing investment.
You don't think any of that had to do with COVID?
No, because it was happening prior to COVID.
At what rate? I haven't heard that.
Okay, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. I apologize for the random lag, everyone. I'm getting my internet checked out today. I am. Before my next live, I'm getting my internet checked out, I promise.
Who do you have?
I'm not going to say.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So net change. It says pre-COVID it was up 3%.
Pre-COVID, it was up 3%. No.
Yeah.
You want me to show you the real manufacturing investment?
It says from 2017 to 2020.
You're not accounting for inflation.
Yeah, do you have a graph?
Yeah, I do. And I'm pretty sure Dean showed you the same graph, by the way.
Well, he only showed me the Biden.
No, he showed you before too. I'm pretty sure at least. Wait, were you the one claiming bounce back?
Yes,
you were.
yes.
Yes, you were. I'm sorry. I need to talk about how stupid that was, okay? This is ridiculous, okay? I want you to take a look at this graph real quick, okay? This is when Trump got in office right here. You see? You see how it was declining? There's a slight increase right here, but it started declining.
Okay, yeah.
That was all before COVID. This is all before COVID.
Yeah.
Declining all before COVID, and then this is when COVID starts.
COVID hit.
So there's a slight decline after COVID, but it was already on that trend before, throughout the whole administration. Secondly, like you said that there was a bounce back. Let's see. This is what it was before COVID. So if it was a bounce back, wouldn't it just come up to the same level? Why would it go all the way up here? Like seriously, it wouldn't just come up to the same level right here. And if it was bounced back to under what it was under Obama, right, it would have come up to here. But no, it wasn't even bounced back for the COVID. It wasn't even bounced back for Obama. It was new growth. All new growth. Look at this. All new growth. Okay, not even bounce back.
Here, go to right before COVID.
Okay.
It was on an uptrend of 3%.
That's a downtrend. Come on, this is an obvious downtrend.
Yeah, wait, back up.
Wait, this is way prior. 2019 quarter four is when we were going into COVID.
Yeah, and it started to go down.
No, this is prior to COVID. I mean, like this is when lockdown started. Was the next month after. So it continued on the trend down and actually plateaued during COVID. And then started increasing under Biden. Massively. Still under COVID, by the way. Massively increasing. So this was already a trend down.
Well, he obviously wasn't doing the incentives that Biden had. Like, you just have to look at what Biden was incentivizing. He was giving people hundreds of thousands of dollars just to invest in the American market. And Trump is proposing to do that with his tariff revenue.
Yeah, which is a worse way of funding that, and Trump hasn't even set up to do that. Plus, his funding is literally paused. So how's he going to do it if his funding is paused? Doesn't that seem like a significantly worse revenue mechanism for like increasing? Wait, I'm sorry. Isn't that like a significantly slower revenue mechanism? We'd be able to easily get the revenue mechanism if we just tax billionaires and millionaires, right?
Well, but the incentives were adding debt.
What? No, Trump was adding more debt.
Through that one bill, but I'm talking about like specifically subsidies. Like, who was adding debt through subsidies, Biden or Trump?
Who was adding debt through subsidies? It
Yeah.
was specifically going to be both sides. Both sides had subsidies, but Trump adds more debt as a whole overall.
Was it overall debt or was it just new debt overall?
This was new debt signed into law.
Because Biden had overall more debt, but not
Not
overall new
true.
debt.
No, because you're talking about debt incurred, not debt signed into law. Debt
That's
incurred.
what
So
I'm saying.
a lot of that debt incurred under Biden was because of policies signed into law by Trump. Like through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it was incurring debt under the Biden administration, but it was because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Um, yeah, I mean, I do agree with you on. I don't think Trump is doing the tariffs the right way, but I mean, I've been reading a lot about it. I mean, I think there should be a way to add manufacturing and get a revenue source without just adding on to debt. Like I know you're saying Trump added more
So what
debt,
is that? What is that
but
mechanism?
this
Because
isn't
it
the
seems like you're doing that. You said that we should do that through Trump's administration through investing in manufacturing, but apparently when Biden does it, then it's an issue. And by the way, Trump didn't even
I
actually
just
do it
think
to a
it's the
legitimate
way he
extent.
did it.
Wait, what was the way he did it that would have been more preferable under Trump?
More targeted tariffs instead of just trying to bully people into coming to our market.
Trying to bully people into coming into our
I'm
market.
saying Trump is bullying people to come into our market. I'm saying he would be
Is
better if he did more targeted tariffs.
I'm sorry, but that's just not going to happen. Not going to work on a long scale, and especially in the long run. Bullying people to come back into our to trade with us is not going to make them want to trade with us more. If you try to bully your friends to get them to want to do things with you, do you think that they're going to more likely want to do things with you?
Well, why do you think
No,
Saudi
answer this question.
Arabia and
Answer this
all those
question.
people
If you were to bully your friends to do things with you, would your friends want to do things with you more or less?
they wouldn't want to, but they might do it?
They wouldn't want to. So that's literally exactly what he's doing with our allies. He's bullying them, right? And that makes them not want to engage with us, and that's why they're literally boycotting our products.
I mean, but the reason we had those countries pledge us money is because of the tariffs. That is 100% true.
You said it's this is they pledged more money. It was because of the tariffs. Again, when you're saying more money, you're not taking into account what they would have traded with us and otherwise.
Probably not this month.
It's like
I mean,
bullying
these
one of
are
your
all
this
new
is like
deals.
bullying one of
Nobody
your
was
friends,
talking
stealing
about.
some of their lunch money, and then being like, "Haha, I have more money now." When in reality, in the future, like you already had like a deal where you guys were like trading, and you would have gotten more money in the long run, specifically because you
Nobody
guys were
was
already
talking about a
trading.
$1.2 trillion dollar investment from Qatar until Trump was doing tariffs.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
I said I don't think anybody was thinking Qatar or Saudi Arabia or the United Emirates were going to give us trillions of dollars before these tariffs. That just wasn't going to
They
happen.
already were trading. Do you look at the level of
Yeah, and
trade?
way less,
Look at
like
the level.
$9 billion.
No, look at the level of trade that they had with the United States prior to these points. And also, again, in terms of the trade specifically, that doesn't mean at all that we have overall increased trade. Okay? These could be specifically bribes that are relating to Donald Trump. We don't even know if it's increasing trade overall. If we look at manufacturing investment, that has declined. Real manufacturing investment has declined. If you want to look at trade as a whole, right? If you want to look at it, right, it's likely to decline because tariffs imposed reduce the level of trade between nations. I'm sorry, I don't know how many more times I can tell you this. At this point, you have to be able to understand it at this point.
No, I mean I understand where you're coming from, but like we've had Hyundai just started bringing jobs back here. Like they're starting to do this. It's only been not even a year, and you
I'm
guys are
sorry,
talking
they
about why
already had
hasn't.
development for bringing jobs to the country. Like they already had like profitable development in the U.S. And that's all
Yeah,
that
but
Trump is literally just taking. He's like, oh my God, I did this, and he didn't do it.
so who incentivized Hyundai and uh these other car companies specifically to come here? You're saying Biden did that?
I'm saying that it already existed. The American market already incentivized them to do it.
I just can't see that happening. Like these people are saying this is because of Trump. Like Honda, like I know specifically
Yeah,
Hyundai
no,
is reshoring because
they're
of Trump.
claiming that because Trump says and tells them to do that, and that's most profitable for them to do as a firm, because it is the case that they're likely will get better conditions with the government, because it is the case that they are kissing up to Trump.
I mean, if you think it, like that's an opinion though. You don't know that they're just kissing up to Trump. Maybe they actually
That's
feel
what best evidence
incentivized
indicates. I
because,
told you overall it decreased in terms of the level of incentive. So you have to use your brain. You have to critically think here.
like I said, I don't think he's going about it the right way, but I do think tariffs are a good way and a good revenue source. Uh, and
I've already gone through this with you. I've told you
we
how
can
they're a
still
horrible revenue
add.
source. Not only are they a horrible revenue source because of the where they're getting the revenue from, but you can't even use it right now because it's frozen, because it's such a horrible revenue source.
Then why did Biden keep like a bunch of these bipartisan tariff
Those are
bills?
targeted tariffs, not universalized tariffs.
Well, that's what I said. We should
And
be
targeted
doing more
tariffs are not for
targeted tariffs.
revenue.
They're to incentivize people to come here.
They okay, so if targeted tariffs are, yes, to incentivize
Yes.
domestic manufacturing within specialized industries, not within every single industry,
Yeah, specifically.
which would increase the cost of domestic manufacturing.
In what way? How would that increase the cost?
How would what increase the cost?
Bringing domestic manufacturing back. How would that
Oh,
increase the cost?
because the aspects they use within the production process come from countries around the world, whether they be materials, right, and different aspects of the process to produce.
Well, like I said earlier, the whole point is to make all the prices equal. So we don't have to go buy from China, so we can buy here. Or other places will start to buy from us. Nobody's buying anything from the US. Nobody's buying cars from the US. We're all buying from China. The plan, I'm not saying it's 100% good right now, but the outcome is good. Like, do you not want us to be a manufacturing powerhouse?
We've already gone over this point. The manufacturing increased to a greater extent under Biden. Okay, if you want us to be a quote unquote manufacturing powerhouse, then you wouldn't support Trump, where it declined under his administration,
I don't. The manufacturing jobs, was it not a lot tied to the CHIPS Act?
which is something passed under Biden.
No, I'm saying the
And
CHIPS Act was bad though.
it was also increasing prior to the CHIPS Act as well. You can't show me how it was bad.
Like I said earlier, a lot of these wind turbine places are shutting down. The ones that he put into law are shutting down.
Because of Trump ending the subsidies, right? So
No,
like
because they weren't
don't blame it
sufficient.
on the Biden Harris administration for things specifically imposed by the Trump administration.
I'm pretty sure they shut down because they weren't producing enough energy. Like they weren't efficient.
So there being one place that shut down because they're not efficient, right, is not specifically indicating that across the board they're not efficient. We've already had this argument. At this point, would you like to provide anything new before I go on to the next person?
I mean, yeah, I mean, tariffs isn't my main argument, but
What's your main argument?
mass immigration
Okay. Why is mass immigration bad?
because it lowers American wages, unskilled American wages, not skilled.
Okay. So then can I ask you this question? So you're saying legal immigration is bad?
Any type of mass immigration, legal or not.
Okay. So any level, when is it mass immigration? At what point?
Well, we can look before the IRCA era where we were only letting in like around 100 to 300,000 people a year, and they would come in at certain times, and it'd be certain groups, and we would let them in how we saw fit, and that actually worked. And then after 1986, the IRCA Act was put in place, mass amnesty, right? You would think
Have
that
I
we
already
would
had
see
this
a
conversation with
decrease.
you on this? Yeah, I think we've literally already had this dialogue and conversation. Here's my question. What is the point of coming up here and having the same conversation over and over again? Genuinely, what is going through your mind? What's the point of that?
It's not the same
We've already given you a
conversation.
response to these points. Are you just trying to do this for fun or something? What's the point?
I'm trying to prove that mass amnesty doesn't work. It only
You
works if
didn't.
we
You didn't. We've
protect our
already
borders.
disproven this a million times.
No, you
What was
haven't.
my?
I
I've
have.
already given you a response to this. I'm not going to do the same conversation again. I'm done. This whole time we've been going over things that were very similar to what people were talking about. What we already were talking about already, and I showed you multiple times already, and I was very patient with you to show you that they were
You
wrong.
haven't showed me any source that mass amnesty decreases or increases wages or does any positive effect. It actually is worse for immigrants. It decreases their wage more.
So, do you think that increasing the population as a whole decreases wages?
Decreasing population would not decrease
No.
wages.
Do you think increasing population decreases wages?
No, that's not
No.
how it works.
No? Okay,
No, because not
so then
everybody
how
is
would an increasing
unskilled.
population within this context reduce wages? And also, if we're talking about people who are in the country undocumented and they're already getting lower wages right now, if we give them a pathway to citizenship, that means they'll be accepting higher wages. How the hell would that reduce wages? Explain that one to me. How would it reduce
Well,
wages? They're
if
right now
you
accepting lower wages. If we give them legal citizenship, they will now be able to get higher wages. They won't even be able to accept such low wages. So how the hell would it reduce wages? Explain that one to me.
because there's more immigrants coming in undocumented.
What, they're
Like
already
it.
in the country. We're talking about people already who are undocumented in the country. We're talking about mass amnesty. We're talking about people who are already
Mhm.
present within the country.
Okay, if you look at the data, it actually shows people who are newly legalized have a higher rate of unemployment, not having a job, and they have to become skilled workers. And actually,
That's
the
just not
wage
true.
increase,
Legal
the wage
immigrants actually have a
increase,
higher labor force participation rate than natural born U.S. citizens. Where'd you get that information from?
newly legalized immigrants through
What's your
amnesty
source?
have a higher unemployment rate than people
Wait,
who are
wait. Through
not.
forced conditions, legal immigrants as a whole have higher labor force participation rates.
People that came here legally to begin with, because I'm telling you, the people that know English and can do these things, yes, their wages will increase because they're skilled workers. But people
Wait,
who
I'm sorry. I'm
don't
sorry. I don't know
and
why you're
who didn't
associating
pass
not
high
knowing
school,
English with being unskilled, right? I don't know what you're talking about. That's ridiculous for you to say. You know, there are plenty of communities in the United States that speak different languages than English. Did you know that? Or are you just finding this out today?
I'm telling you specifically,
No, I'm asking. Hold. Answer the question.
English speaking
Did you
immigrants are
just
getting
find? Did
higher
you
paid
just find
wages.
out today that there are specific communities in the United States where people don't even speak English? Did you know that?
I
Is this
know
the
that,
first time you
yeah.
found this out? So then they would be able to work in communities in which people specifically who aren't speaking English speak different languages and they speak the same language as everyone else, right? And it is the case that they are competing in the context of those markets, right? Which if you speak English and you don't speak that language, you aren't competing in that market. That's a certain local market you're not even competing in. How is it going to affect your wages?
No, I'll tell you, because when they become legal and they're not going to accept that lower wages, the people that are coming illegally are just going to take that job at a lower wage, which
No,
affects
wait. So
mass
if they're in the,
amnesty
so
affects
listen. They're in the
illegal
country
immigrant or
undocumented, and
undocumented
no,
immigrants.
listen. They're in the country undocumented. They're accepting a low wage under the minimum wage because it is the case that that's what they are specifically getting at the time. Because they are then given access to a legal pathway to citizenship, they now can't accept anything below minimum wage, so are now accepting a higher wage.
But
How
they're
is
gonna
that
have to
reducing
find a new
wages?
job. Is my thing. That
Oh,
job isn't
now they're
just gonna
stealing
pay
the
them
jobs.
more.
Now they're stealing it. So is it the case that they're reducing wages or are they stealing the jobs? Which one is it?
I'm telling you, if they become legalized, they're not gonna work that same job, and that job is just gonna find another undocumented worker to pay less.
No, because we have a pathway to citizenship for people. So why would people go through the process undocumented if they haven't committed a violent crime and bad crime, and they can get a better wage if they just go through the legal process where they don't have to leave the country? Explain to me why they would do that.
That, like I'm saying, they won't be able to work their job. They're gonna have to go find a new job, which raises unemployment. Do you not understand that?
It doesn't raise unemployment because there's a greater amount of people specifically within the economy that are demanding goods and services, right, to a greater extent. Therefore, it is the case that they would then therefore create more jobs within the context of the market. If you're saying that you have an issue with unemployment going up, well, then you have an issue with Trump imposing tariffs because unemployment's gone up since Trump has done so. The jobs report was so bad that Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he claimed that there was politically biased information relating to the jobs report. Then he put someone new into the office, and they clearly indicated, right, even less jobs than what we saw prior.
My point, you can look this up. I mean, I'm not just pulling this out my ass.
You are.
People who are newly
Chat, here's a real question. Do you want me to continue with debates right now, or do you guys want me to watch some of the cabinet meeting during the government shutdown where Trump's talking to a bunch of his cronies on his admin? What are the thoughts? What are the thoughts? They're currently talking about Tylenol. Okay. I think a lot of people are saying cabinet meeting. We'll do it for a little bit, and then we'll go on to debates, everybody. We'll do it for a little bit, and then go on to debates. I don't want to do it for very long. I might get bored, to be honest, because, like, they're just fucking crazy. But we'll see. Let me pull it up. I'm pulling it up. Give me 1 second, everybody. I am trying to fix it. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Give me 1 second. We're pulling it up on the screen right now. It's from C-SPAN, so we're all good. Alrighty. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up, and I'll try to put it on screen so that people can see it. Very fine.
At one point, I guess the company gave a warning. They gave.
They still don't recommend it during pregnancy. That's the weird thing.
They're not recommending it, and that's the company itself.
Here we are. Give me 1 sec, chat.
Just don't take it. Don't take it.
So he's telling people not to take Tylenol right now. What a fucking insane maniac.
That's going to have an impact. But I'd also get the shots in smaller doses. There are a few things, we gave a few things that just seem to be, and I think you'd get that number way back up. Think of it. You have 1 in 20,000, and now it's not even believable when you think that 20,000 drops to 12 children. So that's induced by something that's given or taken, and it should be able to be stopped. And you're talking about the Pennsylvania Dutch. You were talking
crazy.
about the Amish, where they don't take any of this stuff, and they have virtually none, right? They have no autism. No autism.
Bro.
So we're doing something very bad. Somebody's been given...
Okay, so there's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that they go over indicating no association between Tylenol usage and autism after taking into account things such as literally genetics and siblings. And now he's claiming because they have lower rates of diagnosed autism within the context of certain communities, that is the case that, like, that's because of certain aspects of their communities, which have honestly no relation, and there's no studies to indicate this.
Smaller number. In Germany, they give a much smaller, like 28 vaccines. That's a
Like,
lot, too.
like Amish communities having lower diagnosed autism does not mean that it is the case that, like, that's because of the fact that they don't use vaccines or they don't use Tylenol. Like,
Be
that's
able to see
crazy.
that result in the
Correlation doesn't equal causation.
people have heard us loud and clear. That's why I bring it up again. That's why I asked you to talk about it, because this is a horrible thing. And if you don't take it, I mean, you have to tough it through sometimes. There are other things you can do, but you have to tough it out. It's easy for me to say. But I think you're going to see numbers that will be it'll be so significantly improved, and maybe fully improved. I mean, there's something there. There's something going on, and we have to address it. And so I'm addressing it the best I can as a non-doctor.
We have to address it while the government's currently fucking shut down. What is this guy saying? What?
President, a lot of people are calling to give you the Nobel Peace Prize after this peace deal that you managed to achieve in the Middle East.
I'm sorry. Like, the fact that they just, like, people are talking about giving him, like, some type of fucking national recognition is just absolutely insane. The Nobel Peace Prize. If the Nobel Peace Prize goes to Trump, I lose all faith in humanity, by the way. I lose absolutely 100% faith in humanity. Insane. If he gets that's actually crazy.
So I will do it if they want me to. They have asked me to do it. Thank you.
Families of hostages are out in the streets in Israel dancing and crying tears
They're
of
all
joy.
dancing in the streets. Right now, they're dancing in the streets. They're so happy. Everybody's happy. They're dancing in the streets of Arab countries, Muslim countries. I've never seen anything like it. Everybody is happy. It's been really amazing. Thank you.
I don't think everybody's happy. I don't know what he's saying. What the
Force that's
fuck?
gonna be deployed to Gaza soon. Do you expect that Pakistan, Turkey, other countries to contribute forces? Has that become firmed up? And also on the shutdown.
People are asking, is this recent? This is live right now.
Support for a temporary extension of the deal to end the shutdown happening.
Well, I see the deal just getting extended as we continue to talk, but we're willing to pay because we're paying. You know, it's very simple. We're paying. And the Democrats are the ones that caused this problem. And it's a big problem for them. And they have a lot of break in their ranks. But so I see that, you know.
How's he
I
always
think
gonna
that'll
blame
get
the Dems,
worked
bro?
out. But we want to get back before we do this. We don't want to have a gun held to our head. We don't like that. And the public doesn't like it either. So we want to get back. And I think it's going to work out. I think it's going to work out very well. It's something that shouldn't have happened. This was supposed to take place before the election. You know, this was supposed to take place on.
Is it just me, or does he look a little bit extra orange today? Is that just me, chat?
Right now, this is
Maybe it's the
actually
lighting?
something that shouldn't have even happened. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, looking ahead, what guarantees Hamas disarms and that Israel doesn't resume bombing once the hostages
Well,
are
the first thing
released?
we're doing is getting our hostages back. Okay, and that's what people wanted more than anything else. They wanted these hostages back that have lived in hell like nobody has ever even dreamt possible. And after that, we'll see. But they've agreed to things, and I think it's going to move along pretty well.
But what is phase two? When does
Well,
it
I'm not
begin?
going to talk about that because you sort of know what phase two is, but there will be disarming, there will be pullbacks, there will be a lot of things that are happening. You know, I gave you a whole list of 22 different things that will take place. And I think it'll take place, and I think you're going to end up with peace in the Middle East. But we have to get our hostages back. And we weren't going to do it at the end. We're going to do it at the beginning. We said we want them at the beginning. We're not doing it. You know, we got the hostages back. We did, as a group with Steve and Jared and Marco and me and all of us. We got the hostages back. We got many of them back. Many, unfortunately, were dead. But we got.
Really funny how he doesn't talk about JD Vance being involved in anything, right? Must be vacationing and spending his time on the couch, right?
With their husbands, families, wives. Many of them, they celebrate all over. They're the ones that are celebrating the loudest. They're all over. There are a lot of them that we got out. But the last 20, and I always said the last ones are going to be the most difficult. But it's been a very big deal getting the hostages out. But the rest is going to take place too.
And can you promise Palestinians they will be able to stay?
Well, they know exactly what we're doing. We're going to create something where people can live. You can't live right now in Gaza.
Whoa, did
you know the place is?
Why
It's
didn't
a
he answer that
horrible
question?
situation. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So yeah, we're going to create better conditions for people. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, excuse me, what?
But the question was, can they return? And he didn't answer. That was a complete dodge.
Well, we're going to work with very wealthy countries that love people, frankly. I know them very well. They love people, but they love Arab people, and they love Muslims, and they love, I think right now they love everybody, and they're immensely wealthy, and they're going to be involved in putting up money, and for them it's a small amount of money. For somebody else it's a large amount of money, but you know, these are the wealthiest countries in the world, and they'll be very much involved in making it as good as possible.
And what's your take now on a two-state solution, sir? Just to follow up on that. What is your view now on a two-state solution for the?
I don't have a view. I'm going to go with what they agree to.
Mr. President, given that there
Just
are
whatever
some
they agree
provisions
to?
for Israel in this agreement, are you at all concerned that Bibi Netanyahu may not continue in his post? He may be deposed.
The Bibi may go a little bit out of whack.
That he may no longer be prime minister when this is over.
Look, that's politics. It could be. I don't know. I think he's very popular right now. He's much more popular today than he was 5 days ago. I can tell you.
What?
Right now,
Bro thinks that Netanyahu is popular? What?
Bibi's become. This has been a very good thing. I don't think he did it for that reason, okay? But I think just looking as an analyst would look at this, I think Bibi should be very popular right now.
What will happen
What? That was one of the most unhinged and insane things I've heard him say ever. What do you fucking mean? What do you mean Bibi Netanyahu is currently popular? Where? Where is he popular? What?
Most of them are. Actually, the bodies are a bigger problem because some of the bodies are going to be a little bit hard to find.
He said, Netanyahu is so popular in my mind, I tell you, quite frankly, very popular in my mind. I can't find anything else to say that. Please trust me, please. When I tell you that he's very popular, very, very much so, you should believe that,
I think
right?
it's going to be overly big. The situation with the bodies, they say 20, 28. Some are going to be a little bit hard to find, but we're going to do the best we can. Yeah, please.
if they don't find them within the time frame?
Please.
Thank you, sir. Regarding Jared Kushner's role in the negotiations, can you explain a little bit about why he came on at the last minute? And then in regards to the WIC program that the Vice President mentioned, do you know when the funding that you promised through the tariff revenue will actually go through to communities? Because there's reports that WIC providers are actually starting to close down today.
Well, okay, let me just answer the Jared. So Jared's a very smart guy. He did the Abraham Accords. Some people say the Abraham, which I love the way that sounds, but he did the Abraham Accords. It was a great thing. 4 big countries joined. If I were president, if the election would have been a correct election, which it wasn't, you'd have every country in there. Maybe even Iran would have been in there, frankly. But you'd have every country in. Now, by the way, that's going to be filled up rather quickly. People want to join the Abraham Accords. And I put Jared there because he's a very smart person. And he knows the region, knows the people, knows a lot of the players. And the combination of him and Steve Witkoff and Marco and Cooper, who is, as I hear, is...
Whenever he calls someone smart, everyone, I just think of the quote, smart people don't like me, so they must not like you, Trump, huh?
Smart group of people working. We had a lot of different players, different countries, and very diverse countries, very different from each other. They had certain things in common, but they had a lot of things, mostly things that were not at all common to their countries. So we had a very smart group of people. These are high IQ people. Okay, I talk about how many low.
Oh, I bet Trump knows how to identify high IQ people,
some
right?
Real low ones, but some shockingly low. But these
Shockingly
are very
low?
high
You mean
IQ
yourself?
people, and that's what we want. I like high IQ people. Yeah.
Mr. President,
Yeah, until you don't like yourself.
about China. You're meeting with President Xi. The Chinese have
Oh my God, can somebody clip that? He likes high IQ people. Can someone clip that? We're going to put that right after the point where he says, smart people don't like me. I like high IQ people.
I haven't been briefed on it. The export. I mean, look, we have the ultimate export. We have import, and we have export. We import from China massive amounts, and maybe we'll have to stop doing that. But I don't know exactly what it is. Neither do you. Neither does anybody. It's a little bit soon. I just heard about it. So Scott and Howard will figure that out, and I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
Can I ask you about the soybeans? What is the plan to help farmers? Is it direct checks? Is it
Oh, shit.
tax? Have you sorted that out yet?
Well, what happens with soybeans is we're going to see more and more, I think, opening up. And part of the reason that we'll be he's got things that he wants to discuss with me.
More
and I have
opening
things
up?
that I want to discuss with him. And one of the things is soybeans. I had a great deal with China where they would buy $50 billion worth of our farm product and manufacturing and other things, but farm product. And it was going along well. Then when the election turned out to be a rigged election and we had the wrong guy to get in there, he didn't do anything about it. I used to call up President Xi every 2 weeks, or I'd call up people in China. Say, you got to keep going. You're not buying the amount that you agreed to. And this.
It is 2025, and this unhinged old man is literally still saying the election was rigged in 2020.
Ended up to 50 billion, 50, and it was great.
Did he forget that he
When
lost?
Biden got in, they just never adhered to the agreement, and nobody in Biden's group, as you can imagine, did anything about it. So it just sat there for 4 years, and They didn't.
How is he blaming Democrats for the fact that China is not buying any of our soybeans or agricultural products because you fucking tariffed them? How the hell does that have to do with anything with Democrats?
You're a little, or I appreciate it. Oftentimes I'd say, thank you very much. You are totally adhering to the agreement. But we had an agreement they would buy $50 billion worth of our product, mostly farm products.
Now they're buying zero.
And remember I said to the farmers, buy larger tractors and more land. And that's exactly what happened. They did well. But we do suffer. I'd like you to discuss that maybe for a second, Brooke. Sure. Very quickly, by the way.
Yes, sir.
But would you just talk about how Biden let us down? Biden, every single thing, every problem the farmer has.
What about Bidenism?
Biden didn't do anything for 4 years. Go ahead.
No, I think that's
What? What? How
First of all, in
farming was
term
doing great under Biden? What is he
worked on
talking
it
about?
So hard and opened up markets, but especially this term. But here's what everyone has to understand: the farm economy is in a very uncertain time. But that isn't because of the current trade negotiations, although certainly the China part is part of that. But we inherited a slew of issues. First of all, as the president said, when we left Trump 1, we had an agriculture trade surplus. When we came back for Trump 2, it was a $50 billion ag deficit. That isn't everything, that's just agriculture. The second part is the cost of inputs for our farmers increased on average between 30 and 38%, but that includes fertilizer, it includes fuel, it includes interest rates, it includes labor. All of this came about under Joe Biden, a 47% increase in the cost of labor that now Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer and Noam and I are working on. Fuel is coming down, thank you. Interest rates, thankfully, are coming down. A 73% increase in interest rates for our farmers. They couldn't get loans to make sure that they could.
The interest rates are high right now because they literally have imposed tariffs putting upward pressure on prices.
Is this, that we're moving into an era of rural prosperity, of a golden age for our farmers in rural America. The trade renegotiations and the trade realignment that Jameson and Scott and Howard have led.
The tariffs, I promise you they're helping you, even though now China's not buying any of your products anymore. I know you can't sell your products, but I promise you we're going through a golden age.
The president has committed, if we need a bridge, he has talked about that to get us from the Biden years to the new Trump era. That's what we're working on every day. We've got to get the government reopened so that we can move forward on that. And once we do,
I wonder who Trump said's fault is for the government not being open right now.
long term, we have to change this hamster wheel of government. We've got to ensure that the farmers have the market to sell, and it's a national security issue and onshoring a lot of the food as well.
Okay,
So, sir, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think that's enough. The country is doing very well. Thank you very much, everybody.
The country is not doing very well. Oh, is he kicking them out?
Thanks, guys.
He might be kicking them out now. Oh, he's kicking out the reporters. He's just kicking out the reporters. Okay. He said, "You're done." Okay, wait, hold up.
Today, former Treasury Secretaries Jack Lew and Stephen Mnuchin will be speaking.
What the fuck is this? Okay, is it going to take us to something completely different now? Here, I'll close this for now. That was unhinged. That was fucking unhinged. I'm sorry. What the hell just happened? What just happened, bro? He just went up there. What was the point of this? What was the point of this, like, cabinet meeting? He literally just went up there. He spread misinformation about, like, Tylenol usage during pregnancy, saying that it causes autism, talking about how if we were more like Amish people, that it would specifically lead to less autism, because it is the case that somehow he's associating the lower levels of diagnosed autism in the community, in the Amish community, to be relative to them, like, not using Tylenol or vaccines. Like, it's crazy. Like, I mean, I don't know if he would make that same association for the usage of technology, right? Is he saying the usage of technology would also cause that as well? Maybe he would. That would be crazy, right? But that's also something that you could say based upon that same correlation causation fallacy. That's obviously absurd. What is going on? That's our president. He still was, like, saying that the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence. Absolutely unhinged. Absolutely unhinged. What type of fucking world do we live in? All to blame Democrats and Biden. That was crazy. All right, we're gonna go on to the debates again, because it seems like they're done with their little fucking press conference for now. Or wait, are they back? Or I'll keep check on that. I'm gonna thank some people in the meantime. I have a few people to thank. Shang Li, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. On PayPal, thank you so much. Louise, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Valerie with the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Valerie. Good to W's for Louise, Valerie, and Chang Li. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Angie, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, yes, I did. Sophia, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as thank you for the $5, Odessa. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $10. And Andrea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me go on to the next person for debates real quick. We'll thank some people on YouTube once we get the person up for debates. Let's get it going. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. I'll keep update. I think that they are done with the press conference now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker.
Hello? Push the Viking hammer. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do. I actually came on here to ask you a question.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
It would be Trump. Like I said, I just came on here to ask you a quick question.
Are you here to debate or no?
Not today. I debated your friend Dean for 2 hours the other day.
Okay. I am just looking for some debates. One of the criteria on the screen is that you are ready to debate. So we are just looking for some debates.
Parker, I love your streams.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Thank you for the October. Thank you. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let me change the YouTube title back to just Parker Debates Trump Supporters Live. Let's get another Trump supporter up real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I don't know if we'll get any Trump supporters after them just watching Trump on the live stream. I don't know how they could support Trump after just watching that. That was crazy.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick, and then we'll go on to our debates. Sage, thank you for the $5. I did notice that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, I did see that you said that. W's for Sage in the comment section. I will make sure to look for that. Make sure to let me know. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Dimension, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. TC, thank you so much for the $2. Kenneth, thank you so much for the 10 euros. Thank you so much. Piper, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Saint, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. SGH, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Julene, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Julene. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby with the $20. Val, thank you for the autumn leaves. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it as always. Thank you. Seriously though, thank you so much, Libby. Jeannie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Sandra, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Sandra. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Moo, thank you for the £5. Thank you so much. Lovey, thank you for the $10. Absolutely. On the 18th, there's a No Kings protest. Absolutely. Be safe. Randon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up, everybody. All right, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because I wanted him to, implode America.
Are you driving?
No, my sister is.
Okay. Implode. So are you, ideologically left?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's a waste of time for me to have a conversation with you genuinely. Like, you want to harm marginalized communities, and you want to implode the country in order to hopefully get some possible, progressive revolution, which we don't have any good reason is going to happen. Like, if we can't do it through voting, I don't know why we'd be able to do it through that mechanism. Also, like, that gives the fascists just as much of an ability to be able to do that as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 44.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. Why so? If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump, would you either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because he's improving American safety, which the head of the executive branch, that's
Oh, I've talked to you before. I've totally talked to you before.
Are you gonna kick me? Can we just talk?
Can you read?
I've been denied 0 for 5.
Can you read?
Yeah, why do you support Trump?
No. Under only request if.
Yeah, I only requested if I support Trump.
If you were 18 plus, American, currently MAGA, one time only, meaning
44.
you've never
Yep.
been on the live before, and ready to debate. You've
Yeah,
already
but
been on the
even
debate
when you
before.
didn't have that,
You've already been on the debate before, so seems like you didn't look at the rules before you decided to come up on the stream. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
How
Yo, what's
are
up,
you,
how
mate? Can you hear me? I'm 20 years old.
What state do you live in?
Pennsylvania.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 1:23 p.m.
Okay. Can you name 3 cities in Pennsylvania?
Philadelphia, Harrisburg. That's about it. I don't know. I just moved it 2 years ago.
Only 2? Okay, can you name... Okay, yeah, I'm only 2, by the way. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. He said, "What's up, Mike?" And I was like, okay, let me make sure that you're in the U.S. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alexander, thank you for the $5. I hope you move more towards the left, man. I hope you move more towards the left. Chastity, thank you so much for the $2. Liz with the $25. Thank you so much, Liz. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
23.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Just because he's improving the border, improving safety of Americans and everything like that.
Okay. How is he improving the border and the safety of Americans?
He's getting illegal immigrants out of the country.
Undocumented immigrants out of the country. Undocumented immigrants. The country. Okay. All right. So undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime or drug crime or property crime in the country comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. So the idea that specifically removing undocumented immigrants would be better for safety would be ridiculous to me. I think that improving the border would also include making the immigration system go significantly quicker, because right now it takes years on average, plus around $10,000 plus in order to be able to get in the country, which I think is obviously ridiculous. And I think that incentivizes people to go through the process undocumented. So I think the best way to incentivize people to go through the process documented and through the legal process is by specifically providing a legal pathway to citizenship for people in the country undocumented already who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, where they do not have to leave the country, so that we have more people who are going to be vetted in the country who are already here, plus by providing a legal pathway that's significantly quicker. So taking the money that they put into militarizing ICE, instead of putting that money into militarized ICE, putting that money specifically into like making the immigration system go significantly quicker through immigration judges and immigration officials that specifically will speed up the vetting process.
And just to be specific, like just people that are committing crimes and stuff, like I don't like that they're just doing everyone in general, you know what I mean? Like just people that are actually committing the crimes should be the ones deported.
Okay. Yeah, if people have committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I don't have an issue with them being deported on the condition that they're going to be put in a prison in another country. But like when it comes to people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, if they've just committed the crime of coming to the country undocumented, which is a misdemeanor, I don't think that they should be punished for that crime. I don't think every law is enforced. We're currently on an app right now that's currently banned by the government, and it's not being enforced to be banned. There are plenty of different laws we can point to, especially like, for example, jaywalking, where if it doesn't affect the safety and security of anyone, then like, we wouldn't care for it to be enforced. There are plenty of other laws that we view like that, and I think that undocumented immigration coming to the country if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime is exactly like that, because our current legal immigration process takes too long to come to the country.
Gotcha.
So I guess like where do you stand in terms of that? Like, do you think that the conditions I just brought up are better for improving the border and safety for Americans compared to Trump's plans?
Well, I just didn't like how open the border was under the Biden administration. I mean, everyone was coming in. I saw it for myself down there by the Mexican border. Everyone was just coming in.
So the border wasn't necessarily open, right? Like in the way that you're talking, you just meant more people are coming to our country. The reason why more people are coming to our country is because economic insecurity that exists around the world because of global inflation, right? That's one thing. So people are coming to the United States for economic security. Secondly, we can point to the fact that there was a backlog of people under COVID. So like that's also why there was a greater amount of people that came under the Biden-Harris administration. But like outside of that context, again, the best way to incentivize people to go through the vetting process and said legal process is to incentivize people to go through the legal process by providing a quicker legal pathway to citizenship. And Democrats have been advocating for that, whereas Republicans like Donald Trump specifically have been more likely to be against it and have actually called people in Congress to undermine something like the bipartisan border bill that would have addressed conditions at the border.
These comments are funny.
So I guess like, could you name like a policy of Trump's that you do like? Hello, I can't hear you when you're outside of the app. Okay, if you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes on TikTok, and let's try to get to 1,000 likes on YouTube. He just left, by the way, so we're going to go into the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. By the way, everyone, just letting everyone know, I should be live later on today as well. I'm going live for a few hours here this morning, and probably until Dean hops on. And then later on, I think like 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, I should be on debating again for a few hours. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What state do you live in?
Texas.
What time is it?
I don't know. I'm British.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes so much sense. Yeah, let's go to the next person. Appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
To an extent, yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'm a convicted felon, so I can't vote anyway, so my voice doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, I meant like if you could go back in time and depending on the state you're in, you can vote.
If you have restoration of rights, sure. Between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, definitely Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, all she did was work on her book for 4 years and didn't do anything.
She didn't work on a book for 4 years. Secondly,
Well,
no wonder why you would vote for the convicted felon. I mean, you're a convicted felon yourself. Felons loving felons, right?
Not exactly. He's not a real felon, man. He didn't eat a tray.
He's not a real felon. He was convicted and sentenced. He's a real felon.
He didn't eat a tray. He didn't sleep in a cot. He didn't go out on the rec yard. He didn't take a shower. He didn't have to squat and cough. Just because he took a fucking picture doesn't mean he's a felon, bro.
So he is a felon. He was convicted and sentenced. That means he's a convicted felon.
Dude, it's all puppet shows. What did Julius Caesar say? Give him bread and butter.
What do you mean by quote unquote puppet shows?
Well, for instance, this whole Epstein list thing.
Yeah, why isn't Trump dropping it?
He said at the beginning that he would release the files when he became president. Obviously, that's just a drag.
Whoa, so why do you support him?
Well, I don't really support either. I'm a convicted felon. Again, I don't have a voice.
So if you could go back in time, you wouldn't vote? If
I could go back in time, I wouldn't be a convicted felon, but I'm not a time traveler, dude. I live in my reality.
Yeah, dude. Well, you don't live in my guest box anymore. So let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Are you driving?
I'm in a truck, yep.
So are you driving, though? Or are you just sitting in the truck?
Nope. Sitting in an idle truck.
Okay. So if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay. So Trump, why so?
Because our borders are safer, the drug rates are dropping, pedophiles aren't being sponsored by government. Which one?
What do you mean? They're the president. What do you mean? There's a P3DO in the Oval Office.
How is it the president? How is it the
He
president?
said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, dude. He said his daughter. He said his daughter. He said his daughter. Wait, listen. Listen. He said that himself. He said that his daughter has always been voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. So he thinks that his daughter has always been curvy and sexually attractive. He said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, right? And said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf.
Again, you guys take stuff out of context because that's what you do.
What was out of
Watch a
context?
full video or clip.
I'll play the clip. I'll play the clips.
I haven't seen a Howard Stern.
Do you want to hear the clips?
I'm listening, waiting.
Okay, I'll pull it up. I got you.
Thank you, everyone. Donald, author and mother, your father, it's downright cringeworthy.
My daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
6.
I said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop. You know what? You are sick.
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times. On Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
In May, Ivanka...
How do you feel about that?
You didn't call her a piece of ass. Howard Stern did, and I don't agree
He
with
said
that.
yeah. He said yeah to her being a piece of ass.
I didn't
I'm
hear
sorry.
him say yeah.
You want me to play it again?
Yeah.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous.
I heard him just.
He said yeah. He literally said yeah.
I didn't hear him agree. Okay, anyway.
A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more
All right, anyway. Well,
I'm sorry.
like I said,
he agreed with his daughter being a piece of ass. He also is he going to drop the Epstein files? When is Trump dropping the Epstein files?
Why didn't Biden drop them?
Okay. Why?
Biden
Because they
had
were
the
sealed.
opportunity for 4 years.
They were sealed, and he also
He's
didn't
the
run on
president.
dropping
He
them.
can unseal, right?
He released what he could.
No,
He showed that
because
Trump
why
was
would
on the
he-
flight logs.
He didn't prove that Trump was on the flight log.
Yes, he did. They
Never.
dropped that he was on the flight logs while he was running. Yeah.
Okay, well let's just say that is a fact. It's also been proven there was lots of other people that never even went to the island that was on the flights too, because you know Epstein was a real estate mogul and so forth. So they unfortunately communicated potentially.
No, Trump said that he was his closest friend for 10 to 15 years. Same with Epstein. They both indicated that. He also said that Epstein was a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. And he's also talked about pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, who's literally a convicted sex trafficker, child sex trafficker.
And see,
who
I've
helped
seen
out Epstein.
that, but I haven't heard it. Seen it, haven't heard it from him.
Okay, well, you can literally see, you can look up specifically what he said, right, as it relates to that, if you'd like to go look it up.
And when I got an opportunity, I'll do that.
Okay, well then why don't you do that?
I will, and I'll get back on tonight with your little predecessor.
Okay, are you driving now?
I am.
Yep. That doesn't sound very idle to me. That does not sound very idle to me. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Yeah, hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in
He's
time,
doing a lot of good stuff.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because he's doing a lot of good stuff.
Such as?
He's getting rid of the criminals in Chicago because he's calling in the military to get rid of all the gangs and stuff and drugs.
I'm sorry. Why doesn't he do this to any of the red states he actually has jurisdiction over? Because he can't send the National Guard to areas in which the governor has said that they do not want the National Guard to be sent there. So he's literally sending the Texas National Guard to another state instead of dealing with Texas or with any other red state that he has jurisdiction over that have higher murder rates, that have higher rates of violent crime. Why doesn't he send him to any of those red states? Oh, he just left. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
You don't have to have that information.
Okay. Are you driving?
Yep.
Okay, you got to come on when you're not driving. It's TikTok TOS. TikTok TOS. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
So, based probably on policies, I would think Kamala, just for the simple fact of tariffs not being implemented.
Kamala, based. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, what the fuck is going on? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Yo, you gotta have the last word, bro. You just cut me off like
Kyle,
that earlier.
Kyle, why are you so mad, bro? You're spamming in the comment section that I'm panhandling now.
You are, bro. You are.
You
How
got
much
beat in
money
a
you
debate
make?
so bad. You got beat in a debate so bad that now you have to spam
You
in the
didn't
comment
beat
section.
me at anything. You hung up on me, bro. You didn't.
Why'd I
beat
hang
me.
up
You
on
hung
you?
Well, because you were being a little girl. You know?
Why do you want to? Why'd you say that? That's like really fucking misogynistic and weird.
Oh my gosh, bro. Really? You gonna throw those words out there?
Yeah. You're literally trying to say
So
like
anyways,
it's an
why do
insult
you
to be a
support
girl.
Kamala
No,
Harris?
no, don't do
You
that.
want
Don't
more free
do
money?
that. Don't do that. Why did I cut you off?
Why did you cut me off?
Answer the question. Do you know?
Because you have to have the last word. That's why I said you like a girl. You have to have the last word. Damn, they blown them comments up, ain't they?
But you're trying to use that as like an insult. That's like really weird.
How?
And like, dude, now you're like you're sitting in the comment section. You're so triggered that you're like, panhandler. Ah! Oh my god. Like it's really
You're
weird.
really
I don't-
dramatic, bro.
I don't know why you're doing that. I mean, well, you're the one
You're so
spamming it in my
dramatic.
comment section, and I'm dramatic.
Yeah, well, hey, that's what TikTok's for, is to put comments and stuff like that. Wait, you got something against free speech?
Taro, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. By the way, it's not free speech. It's free speech for me to mute you. How do you like? Go ahead, try.
Well, that's called censoring.
No, that's free speech. It's free because it's my platform. It's my free speech. I have the free speech rights to mute you in my own TikTok live.
That makes you a dictator.
Free speech. Free speech.
Free
speech, dude.
You're
I'm
like
all,
a mini
I'm all
dictator.
about free speech. I'm all about promoting free speech.
You're
right?
like your own little
Free speech, dude. It's my own platform. Free speech.
dictator.
Free speech. Oh, you voted for a dictator on day one. That's what he claimed about himself.
I don't vote. I'm a felon, bro. What do you not listen to when people speak? I can't vote, dude. And he's not a real felon because he's your
But
commander in
you
chief.
literally just said
You're
that you.
such-
Oh, actually, wait, hold up. Sorry, I was mistaking you for someone else. You said that you wouldn't vote. That's why I kicked you.
No, I said I can't vote.
No, you said if you could go back in time that you wouldn't vote.
No, I said I would pick him. I said over Kamala Harris.
You still would?
Kamala Harris didn't do anything during her administration. Now she's on this book tour promoting her entire administration through the book, and she didn't achieve anything. They gave away freaking money, man. What was it? The American Rescue Plan? How much money did that drown us in debt?
Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt related compared to the Biden-Harris administration.
At the beginning of COVID, he was inheriting, or didn't inherit, but he received a pandemic at the beginning of his administration. He had to do something.
No, come
Biden
on.
didn't have to do that, and
Come
all
on.
of them should have been trying to provide more jobs for our economy.
Well, they did. So Trump's economy right now is leading to less new jobs. That's what the jobs report has indicated, comparative to what we saw under the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, if you want to look
That's
at
because of automation. Are you that slow,
no,
bro?
it has
It's
nothing to do. It has
automation.
automation didn't just change
Do you
overnight.
do you go to Sheetz or Wawa
Automation
gas
did not
station
change
or
overnight.
CVS?
Automation is not the reason why we're
Answer
seeing
the
less
question.
jobs
Did
now.
you go to Sheetz or Wawa? Do you go to any gas station? Do you go to self-checkout lines at Walmart, Target? Those used to be people working there, bagging your stuff. You don't have that anymore, bro.
Yes, I
What
do.
are you talking about?
Every place I go to still has people that do that, and they also
You know
have.
what? Once we get off this little chat, I'm gonna go Walmart, and I'm gonna make a video of all the little sheep lining up at the self-checkout lines, not going to the people getting their stuff bagged.
Hey,
all
dude,
right?
I think there are genuine reasons to go to self-checkout lines. Like a lot of people
What?
deal
You're
with.
in a rush?
No, people deal with social anxiety. Do you know what
Oh.
social anxiety is?
Yeah, well, after I lost my arm, I was a little socially awkward because I didn't feel comfortable around people at first. But now I don't really give a fuck, to be honest, bro.
So and like there could be other reasons. So people can have social anxiety and they don't want to specifically go and have to engage with people because it is the case that they get anxiety with engaging with people in public.
Well,
I'm
why
one of
don't
those
they just
people.
shop on Amazon?
Sometimes I still have to get things in public too, like in person. And by the way, you understand that
okay.
you understand that not everywhere has self-checkout, and even so that doesn't change anything. That's like you arguing.
I went to Bojangles
I have a question. Would
yesterday,
you
bro, to get some chicken? And at the Bojangles line, when I pulled up to place my order, it was an AI that took my freaking order, not even a human. So I don't
That's
really
not
know
the
what
reason
you're
why
saying.
that is not the reason why there's less jobs reports numbers.
That-
The reason why
hold
we have
on,
less
bro.
jobs
Hold
reports
on.
in the
You're
numbers is
saying
because
that
the reason why we have less jobs in terms of the jobs report numbers is because Donald Trump imposed tariffs. That's why. And it slowed the economy.
A lot of presidents have imposed tariffs on other
Not
nations.
to this degree. Not to this degree. This is the largest set of increase in tariffs in American history.
Okay, so he's being ballsy about what he's doing.
No, this isn't ballsy. This is specifically
Gold
like
price is
worse for
going
the
up.
country. It's literally just it's shifting
are
the
you
burden of
buying
taxation
gold
from
at
those that
least?
are higher income to those that are lower income.
With the money you're getting from panhandling, are you at least buying gold, bro?
Can you define panhandling?
I
Dorinda, thank you
guess-
so much for the $40 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Dorinda. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Dorinda in the comment
I
section
guess
right
it would
now.
be
For the
anything
$40 on
promoting
PayPal, thank you so much,
financial
Dorinda.
gain. Anything promoting monetary gain.
So, so Trump specifically dropping a meme coin and asking for money specifically for his campaign, is that panhandling?
Nah, him selling Bibles is panhandling, bro.
So Trump is a panhandler under your view.
Dude, no, he's just a scam artist, bro. There's
Okay.
big difference.
By the way,
between the dude standing out there trying to buy some
under
toilet
your view, every single salesman is a panhandler. What?
No, that's not what I said, dude. Dude, I used to sell
Every single salesperson under your view is a Panhandling.
That is. Well, I mean, some sales jobs is just straight, Yeah.
Obviously,
like
your definition doesn't make
America,
any sense there.
pyramid scam insurance.
So what you're
companies.
doing is you're protecting a panhandling, grifter, scam artist, con artist
How am I
that
protecting
is a
him,
traitor
bro?
to
I
this
didn't
country.
vote. I didn't vote, bro. How am I protecting him?
You're
Don't put words in
advocating
my
for him.
mouth.
You're advocating for him.
I'm advocating for change because something has to be done. We can't keep living the same old,
This
old
is not good
bullcrap.
change. This is not good change. This is bad change.
No, Obama was good change.
Okay, and this is bad change.
To an extent.
He just conceded. You just conceded. Yeah, Democrats are good change.
to an extent.
Republicans bad change, right?
To an extent, yeah.
Okay, so then you support Democrats, right? Patty, thank you for the $10.
really
Thank you so
can't
much.
support either
Jamie with the
party, 'cause
$5
both
for the
parties-
panhandling. Thank you very much. Bethany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Bethany. I really
Hey,
appreciate
y'all,
it.
can
Thank
I
you.
get like $10? I need to get a window for my camper.
Are you now panhandling?
Hey man, we trying out here, ain't we?
Kyle, that was really cringe.
I thought
That
it
was
funny.
so ironic. It was ironic that you're calling that out and then doing it yourself.
You damn right, man. Hey man, we gotta swing. We gotta swing. Take a bat at it. Yeah. All right. So why do you support?
Hey Kyle, how about you get a job, buddy?
I wish. I wish someone would
How about
hire
you
me,
get a
bro.
job, Kyle? How about you get a real job, buddy?
I wish.
Marie, thank you so
someone
much. I
would
really
hire
appreciate the
me.
$2. Thank you. How about you get a
Thank
fucking
you.
real job, buddy?
I don't have a job actually. I live on disability, and Virginia has an error rate of 11.86%, which means food stamps from our state is going to be cut because of the big. bill.
So then why do you
I
why do you
just feel
support?
repercussions.
Oh, holy shit! Then you definitely are against Trump. Holy fuck!
Yeah,
By the way,
but see, I was
your
smart
food
at 18
stamp should.
and I started buying gold when it was $900 an ounce. So I don't, I'm ready for what's happening, bro. If they're going to switch everything over to a digital currency, they have to collapse our dollar, right?
No, they can just transfer the digital. It's already mostly digital in our economy right now.
How do you transfer a fiat currency? You can't transfer
Fiat currency can easily be made digital. What? There's no issue in making fiat currency digital.
You think so?
Yeah.
The what is it? CBDC?
It's already you understand it's already mostly digital, right?
But we have all the other nations like the BRICS alliance that is also doing the same thing. So
So
and
what's
a
your
lot
point?
of
Are you trying to say like a
nations
gold
are-
standard is necessary? No, it's not. We don't get any benefit from a gold standard.
Oh, well, I think that's when our country went downhill and then we started shipping all of our jobs to China and then saying China's a communist party, but then all of our crap comes from them. So, I mean, we're calling the kettle black, ain't we? Pot calling kettle black. Get the phrase right, Kyle.
I don't even know what you're saying. That made no sense to me. Gabby, thank you so
Hold
much
on.
for the $10 for your pans handle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jade, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
So you don't agree we've sent all of our jobs overseas?
We
Our
didn't
great
send our
grandfathers
jobs
were-
overseas. Over time, the conditions of the market change and different industries are prevalent at different degrees in the context of the United States. Do you think that the United States is always going to have the same makeup of industries?
No, we're always changing. Well, sort
Exactly.
of.
You just
It's
conceded.
sort of. I mean, the farming industry will still always be the same unless we no
No,
longer.
it won't. No, it won't.
tell
Technology
farmers
changes
not
over
to grow
time.
certain
Technology
crops and-
vastly changes over time. If you think farming is the same right now as it was 100 years ago, I'm sorry, but what the hell is going on in your brain?
Wait, hold on. Obviously, the harvesting of the crops is not done the same, bro. The planting of the crops, no, we're not using slaves to do it anymore. We have machines to do it, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
yes, of course. So
come
yes,
on,
we
man.
have there's technology increases, right?
Of course. And those technologies do what? They take away jobs. True or false?
I think they changed the conditions of how we uphold jobs, right? Like, for example, think about it this way. The Industrial Revolution, right? Did it take away jobs? Sure. Some jobs existed in the past prior to the Industrial Revolution that don't exist now, but it changed the different types of jobs that we engage with now, right? There's like, so you have to understand that there is going to be technological advancements, and actually technological advancements are good to a certain degree. But we obviously want to regulate it, but we want technological advancements, even though they're going to change the way that jobs currently exist as of right now, because it overall increases the quality of life of everyone within society. Technology is so important, and we should not say no to technology just because it's going to change how jobs currently exist as of right now. Currently, we just need to create social safety nets and safety nets for people if they fall through the cracks of the system, given that there's a change in the innovation of our society. Right. So that's what I'm advocating for. That's what Democrats are advocating for, and Republicans are not.
If there's an advancement of technology, that means those 20 people that were once harvesting that crop are no longer there harvesting that crop. You have a machine harvesting that crop, which means you no longer have tax dollars from the employment of each one of those harvesters. It's going to a machine, which is going to a corporation. It's limiting
So
the
tax the
amount
corporations?
of tax dollars.
So tax the
Yes,
corporations.
absolutely. No. There should not. I wouldn't tax corporations more. I would create you should. If we're going to have an automated economy, then we should have a bill to amend to like the Code of Virginia relating to employment taxes and corporate responsibility in an automated economy. If jobs are going to start cutting human workers due to self-checkout line harvesting machines, then they should have to carry the tax burden that once and those employees were paying. Otherwise, your social safety nets and your everything else is going to go downhill. You're not going to have anything to pave your roads.
No issue with that.
So I think we have to be a lot more
So
innovative.
you just advocated for increasing taxes on corporations.
I did not say increase taxes on corporate. If corporations
You
are not
just said
having
that.
to pay listen to what I'm saying. If corporations are not having to pay hourly wages to those employees because they have a machine, that machine replaces them, they have to pay the taxes to which that human once was working. Does that make sense?
So your increase is
still making money.
You're
They're just
increasing
having to pay
taxes
the
on
cost
them.
of the tax.
You're still increasing taxes on their company, which is fine. That's good.
To an extent, but it's more taxing the machine that is doing the work, if that makes sense.
That's fine.
Yeah. So I just think we got to be a
Still
little bit more
taxing the
smart.
company, but
But it's third party because third party, like Walmart's not developing these machines. Other companies are making them.
wow,
so that's
dude,
the
you're so
company
close to
taxing.
becoming a socialist.
You're
You're talking about the method of production. Are you now going to start arguing? Maybe the workers should have some type of control over the means of production, or
I mean, don't we when we form unions?
unions don't necessarily do that. They create bargaining power.
For who? The dude that sits in the office and doesn't really do any work besides put some donuts on the table and some coffee and says, "Hey guys, we're gonna have a union meeting."
No, the union creates conditions where workers can come together and bargain for higher wages.
How has that been working out for Starbucks, CVS, Walgreens? How has it been working out for those employees?
You understand that if you talk about like the unions of different companies, there's been a lot of like union busting that's happened in the United States, but unions are like very important for providing labor protections and providing better conditions for labor standards in the United States, especially historically. But we've had a reduction in the level of unions since the implementation of trickle-down economics because it's not as profitable for large companies because they can't exploit you as
believe in
much when
trickle-down
you're advocating
economics?
for higher wages. No.
You believe in trickle-down economics?
No.
You believe that? You don't.
It's garbage.
You don't believe that we inherit from last presidencies or last administrations at all?
That's not what trickle-down economics means.
Okay.
Okay, do you want me to tell you what trickle-down economics is?
Yeah, please elaborate on what you define it as.
Essentially, the idea of trickle-down economics is if you give tax breaks to rich people, to wealthy individuals, to people that own businesses, they'll pass it down to the workers through the context of employment, right, and through the context of increased wages, which is obviously ridiculous because they'll only do that because of the fact that they have a profit incentive to do that. If they don't have a profit incentive to do that, they won't do that because their fiduciary responsibility is to increase the profits for the shareholders.
Right. Understood. I still wouldn't consider that trickle-down economics because trickle-down, sort of benefits the economics of our society, not, the capitalistic side.
What do you mean by trickle-down economics?
Well, all right. So, like, for instance, when Obama was in office, he created the communications where everybody got free cell phones, the Obama phone program, right?
What?
So
everyone
of
did
that
not get a free cell phone.
Well, everybody that was broke got a free cell phone. I know my ass got one, bro.
So,
What you talking about?
people who need it, not everyone got a free cell phone. People who need it got a cell phone.
Our
And that would be a
my
good
mommy
thing.
and daddy definitely didn't get a free cell phone and make too much money. But no, but you see what I'm saying? He provided free communication, so everybody had a device. That
Wait, can you tell me
needed it.
Can you tell me what year that was?
I believe he put that in where 2010 or 2009. One of those two. I don't know. It was a while ago. This is back when I was in high school, man. But anyways, when he did that, it caused a massive influx in the cellular industry that raised prices to cell phones. So we do have that, and that would be a trickle down economics effect by administrations, and also
That's not what trickle down economics is. Okay.
Obama's wife. When
No one's
she,
saying
implemented the health
that other
in
no
the
one's
public school to to have better food. It actually raised the cost to those meals at the public schools for healthier items. I believe in healthier foods, but I also think our kids should be learning to cultivate their own stuff in greenhouses.
So, the real history of the policy that you're advocating, that you're talking about, was
Oh, you had to
established in 1985 under Reagan, which provided discounts on what's it called, landline phone service, and then the program was modernized and expanded through the Telecommunications Act of 1996 under Bill Clinton, and the program was expanded to include wireless cell phones in 2005 under George Bush, years before Obama took office.
Where'd you read that at?
Govfacts.org. I can tell you the title. Do you qualify for a free government phone? Check your eligibility.
But I knew there was past phases where it was implemented before for landlines and whatnot, but interesting.
Okay.
Nice. Good job, Parker.
Of course.
So why do you support Harris though?
Yeah, because she was advocating for better policies for working class Americans and people in need, whereas Donald Trump was advocating for policies to benefit rich and wealthy Americans at the expense of the working class. So if we want to look at Kamala Harris, she was advocating for an increase in the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. When implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, which was COVID emergency policy, it reduced childhood poverty by 45% when implemented. We can also point to the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to help stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live. We can also point to the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, a $35 cap on insulin for those that are on, for everyone, not just for those that are on Medicare. So those are specific policies that she was advocating for that I thought were good.
I thought both sides were trying to do that insulin cut.
No, Trump was just trying to do it for parts of Medicare, and then she expanded it through the Inflation Reduction Act to all of Medicare, and then was advocating for in this administration to do it for everyone.
How much money would all of her desires, how much would that have cost us?
It would have cost us $4 trillion less than Trump on a central estimate in terms of debt-related spending. According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a bipartisan committee from the federal government.
I have no problem giving out people having free money because I live on disability. Y'all feed me, man. So
I mean, I think we should be taking care of you, given that you need it, of course, right? Like that's what you need. I think we should be taking care of you, and I think that Republicans advocating for policies to make it harder for people who are disabled to be able to get access to the care they need, and for specifically people as a whole in terms of getting access to the food and health care that they need, I think is ridiculous. I think food is a right. Everyone should get food in this country. No one should starve to death. No one should starve in this country, especially children. And I also believe that healthcare is a human right. Every single person in this country should be able to get access to healthcare and health insurance as we all world need it. And if we do not provide health insurance for everyone within the context of our society, 45 to 68,000 American lives will be lost every single year due to lack of health insurance, and currently are under our system right now because people do not get the adequate access to health insurance that they need, and because they don't get preventative health care. It increases the likelihood of chronic disease in the long run because we don't catch it earlier on, which would allow for us to respond to it for cheaper means, right, and specifically better conditions in terms of the health of the individual. Plus, it would actually be like less costly. Universal healthcare systems that exist around the world spend almost half as much as we do specifically on our healthcare costs per individual, per capita, and they have better average health outcomes. Hell, if you look at the system we have right now, we can maintain the current same structures for salaries, right? Just getting rid of the for-profit insurance agency between you and your doctor, and we will save money, and you'll spend less into the system, right? And you'll still have the same outcomes, if not better.
So you cut a doctor out?
No, don't cut the doctor out. Cut the for-profit health insurance company between you and your doctor out of the mix. Right? Run the insurance to the government who's not for-profit.
Yeah, I live on Medicaid. All my stuff's free. Thank you, guys.
And it should be that way. It should be that way. You need it, right? Everyone in this country should be able to get access to health insurance.
Yeah. I live on the blessed side of, I guess, the light. You know, other people.
And Trump supporters are trying to cut people off of these programs who need it, and that's the issue we're talking about, right? We can create a society where there's social mobility, where there's abilities to, make lots of money, while also maintaining the ability that, no one in this country is going to starve to death. No one in this country is going to go without a house, right, and shelter. No one in this country is going to go without medical care and medical insurance.
Do individuals in the United States actually starve to death?
Well, historically speaking, yes, it was true. Yes. And it is...
World War II, Great Depression. Is that what you mean, historically?
Historically, and I'm pretty sure there are some. Let me check.
Or just malnourished, not eating the proper diet.
Yeah, it's also that. So, holy shit.
So then we need to be blaming companies like General Mills and all of those that are pushing these products on the shelves. I mean, I kind of like what Robert F. God, I hate that guy. Is trying to do. There are healthier options for people. But again, if we're supposed to be making our country great, wouldn't the basis of doing that be changing the way our schools are ran? If we're going to be advancing in technology, and jobs are going to be cut, and there's not going to be as many cashiers.
There are absolutely people that die in our country due to malnutrition.
How many people?
I see here from the NIH, it says
Not
data
like
regarding
matters.
mortality due to malnutrition was extracted for the years between 1999 through 2020. And between 1999 and 2020, there's a total of 1 million malnutrition-related deaths.
What the hell are these churches doing? They're supposed to be feeding the poor.
That's crazy. That's so insane. And that number is like millions of people around the entire world every year. I don't just believe that we should end hunger here in the United States. I believe that we should end hunger around the world.
I mean, that could be easily achieved. I mean, the way they say it takes a village to raise a child, right? So maybe that's where we start, is with the younger generation, teaching them to cultivate foods in greenhouses, vertical grow, and using part of their math and science classes, physical educations.
So when Trump is defunding science and education, and he's defunding the CDC and the World Health Organization, and he's defunding, food and safety regulations, right, and the EPA, and he's defunding, right, all of these different methods for us to research cancer research and other different types of scientific research and development. How are we going to be able to do that?
Where is he funneling all that money to?
Millionaires and billionaires getting tax cuts. I'm not trolling. He's taking
Or
money
is it
from the
funneling-
intellectuals, right, and
Is
from
he
the research and
funneling
development,
money-
and he's giving it to his big fossil fuel company friends. He's giving it to his friends that are at Wall Street, right, and are involved in making shitloads of money. That's who's making the money. We've seen income inequality continue to become worse.
In the big beautiful bill, it talks it talks about the breakdown of the military and how the money is going to be allocated. And a lot of cutting is going directly to advancing our military because we stirred up a lot of crap.
There's some stuff in that too. Yes, and we already spend too much on the military. Like we spend over $900 billion per year, which is like way more than like practically every other nation around the world. If you look at China, the next nation, we could cut our military budget in half and still spend over $100 billion more than they do per year. 100 billion more, right, per year, and that would be after the fact that we cut it in half. We could cut it in half and still have the largest in the world by far. Why are we spending this much money into our military, especially a military that hasn't been able to pass? The DoD has not been able to pass audits. Where's the money going? If we're talking about waste spending and DOGE and government efficiency, why weren't we talking about the money going to the military? What happened to that? No one's talking about DOGE anymore.
We make around $450 billion a year selling weapons to other nations.
What's your point with that?
If all of our money is going to expand military, because back in the day we were pushing out 100 ships every 4 months. Now we could only push out 2 ships every 10 years. I think by trying to expand the finances into the military to develop more ships and military equipment.
For what? We already have we have the best and the biggest and the most amount of military equipment already.
Do we though?
Yes.
All of our stuff is old, bro.
No, it's not.
And all these bro.
Dude, we've been buying stuff throughout the entirety of the 2000s.
Do you remember when
we've spent trillions of dollars on the military?
Do you remember when Trump and Putin were in Alaska, and the jet flew over, and Putin looked up and was like, "Yeah, bro, I've seen that shit before. That bird is old." Like, no, we're not as advanced. We flex too much.
Then where the fuck is the $900 billion annual budget into the military going? Where the fuck is the money going? If we can't compete with countries that are spending less than half as much as we are per year, then what the fuck are we doing with our money?
I don't know, man. I'm a peasant. I don't know.
I'm sorry. You can figure it out, though. We have the supercomputers in our pockets. We have the critical thinking skills. You should not just think lowly of yourself because you're not in a position of power, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You can think critically. You got the ability to be able to do this. And if it is the case that we don't have the ability to match up with Russia and China spending so much less, well, then let's more efficiently spend our money, not spend more money. Let's use that money on people who need healthcare and health insurance, and people who need food in this country, and people who literally can't pay for their bills. Right? More than half of this country is living paycheck to paycheck. Right? The idea that we should be spending money, mass levels of money, almost $1 trillion a year on our military, when we have people in our country right now that are starving. We have people in our country right now that cannot afford their medical debt and their medical bills. We have people in our country that are living on the streets that specifically do not have access to shelter. That is ridiculous, and that should not be happening. Let's take the almost $1 trillion a year that we spend on our military. Let's bring it back home, and let's actually take care of Americans first. Let's actually take care of people in need first. Not the rich, not those Americans, the Americans in need, the Americans that do not have access to the basic needs that they obviously should have access to. No one in this country, the richest country in the history of the world, should go without access to free school lunch and breakfast, should go without access specifically to literally health care and health insurance and food stamps and, roads and education and child care, right? And maternity leave and paternity leave and paid vacation leave. Those things have existed around the entire world in countries around the world for decades upon decades upon decades. And if you consider us such a great country, why can't we do it when they've done it for their constituents for decades?
Well, because we spend $20,000 to repave a 100-meter road. we spend too much money on maintenance.
I'm
to
sorry.
actually be-
I'm sorry. That's just not true. That's a very small portion of our budget.
Whoa. I think you need to look at each county, especially rural communities, and the amount of tax dollars that they receive.
So then
For
what you're
instance-
saying is that we need to federalize a lot of these systems so that there's not as much waste and inefficiency on the localized level. Is that what you're saying?
I think everything should be connected in some frame. It should be like a spider web. They should all be in communication. Like nothing.
So then you want to federalize it more. You don't want as much localized determinations.
No, I'm not much for Big Brother, but I think there could be if we're gonna use technology, why can't we use technology to bind these together? Does that make sense?
Yeah, if you want to invest in the technologies, well, then you probably shouldn't be defunding them under the Trump administration. It seems
How
like
is he-
everything you support is antithetical to Trump, dude.
Hold on, he went to Japan, begged them for $5 billion to build an AI data center here
He
in
was
America.
panhandling?
Yes, he was. Indeed, you're catching on, Parker. And
No, actually, you're just ironic and hypocritical. It's an issue specifically when you think that I'm quote unquote asking for money when I'm not even asking for money. People are just literally being so kind and thankful that they're sending it to me because they like my content.
It's very nice of them. It's very nice. Hopefully, you buy more stuff from China.
You're so mad, bro. You're so mad.
Mad about what, bro?
Yo, Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Alex on Venmo. Thank you so much.
What am I
I
mad
really
about,
appreciate
dude?
it. Thank you. Shanta, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Ruth, thank you for the $2 for the tariff rebate. Thank you. Thank you. Ryan with the £5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For I had no idea you were handling this whole time. Please take this. Evan, thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for handling my pans. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Canadian dollars.
Indigo, thank you
that
so much.
like
I really appreciate the $5. Gabby with the $10. Thank you. Libby with the $10 for This Isn't for Kyle. What's up with Kyle's thinking? Wait, you're not even the other Kyle. What's up with Kyle's hating me getting money on TikTok Live? Like, genuinely, it's always Kyle coming up on the stream and being like, Parker, you're panhandling, you're grifting. I don't like you for making money on on the TikTok stream. It's always Kyle.
Yeah, man. Well, have fun. Keep on keeping on, buddy. I'll talk to you later. I got shit to do.
All right, bye-bye. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Dave, thank you so much for the £12. Thank you so much. Or 12 euros. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 12 euros. Let's go to the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump? I hate niggers. You're gross and disgusting. What a fucking gross piece of shit. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Kelly, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kelly. W's for Kelly in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sheila, thank you for the $10. I know, right? I think he's definitely at least changing his mind to some degree. Marin with the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Marin. Can we get some W's for Marin in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Holy shit, that is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much, Marin. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Glampire, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Naya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Naya. Can we get some W's for Naya in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know if I could pick a favorite. It's fun to play every once in a while, though. I don't know if I could pick a favorite. I haven't really been playing games, much recently, to be honest with you. Katie, though, thank you for the $5. Thank you. W's for all the gifters. Thank you, everyone. Let's make sure to get on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get the next person up here. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Wendy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Wendy. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Again, listed on the TikTok screen. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
46.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Still Trump.
Okay, why so?
I mean, we could go for, like, I guess, border security. I'm sure you get that a lot. Then, for instance, would you agree there's probably less border crossings right now than
Yes.
there was under Biden? And do you think, why do you think that would be?
I would say that specifically the conditions for immigration right now are significantly worse. So people specifically likely out of fear of the country being worse aren't coming to the country as much.
Well, are you talking about, so when you're saying immigration, are we talking about legal or illegal? So because those are two separate things.
I'm
So
talking about both.
So the number of people coming here legally is down?
The amount of people that want to come to the country legally is down, yes.
So the want.
Yes.
Okay. Can you name me another country right now that it has more legal immigration that's coming in right now?
Germany. Per capita.
Germany? Per capita. Okay. But the
Yeah.
overall number. But
Well,
the overall
I mean, Germany's
number,
a smaller
it's
country.
still- sure.
So that's why I said per capita.
Okay. So that being said, but it's still, the United States is predominantly dominant when it comes to immigration, correct?
And nominally, not per capita.
Not per capita. Okay. But so we're saying that the illegal immigration is down, but the legal migration is still pretty strong. Would you agree with that?
The current legal immigration is strong.
Yeah, the current people coming.
I
coming
actually
in.
haven't really seen much data specifically on that. Would you like to show me? Because I see 2024 statistics. I don't see further than that.
I mean, I could pull it up, but I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm trying to get your overall opinion of it. Like you don't think that the legal process is still being pretty strong, or no?
Not sure. I think that I'd have to see the data for that determination.
Okay, because I mean, for what it sounds like less people are more inclined to come here illegally and opposed to legally now, in contrast to under.
I mean, you
Biden,
can't make that determination because you don't have the statistics on legal immigration for 2025 yet.
But I mean, if you want to go, for instance, we have the visas, right? Where there's, well, no, that's a separate issue. That doesn't really have to do with it. But we agree there was a big illegal migration crisis under Biden, correct or no?
Okay, I think people were coming to the country undocumented to a greater extent because of the economic security that existed around the world, and they were coming to the country in the context of the United
Right.
States because of economic security. And I think that it was also because of the fact that the system legally takes too long.
Okay.
Right? If it legally takes too long, in order to be able to get to the country, it's going to incentivize people to come to the country undocumented. And then thirdly,
Right.
The border that Biden inherited was less secure than the border he handed over to Trump, taking into account the amount of border crossings.
So, if that was true, then why was Biden actually selling off pieces of the border to begin with before he left the president?
The border wall to troll Trump.
To troll Trump. Oh,
Yeah.
So he was more about trolling at the end than actually border security.
I mean,
That
the
doesn't
wall
sound
doesn't provide much border security. So
If that was the case, then why are they opposing the wall in the first place?
what? I said the wall
So,
doesn't
for
provide
instance-
much border security.
Well, going by the standards of what's actually happening right now, it kind of looks like it is. Don't you think?
Say it again.
Going by the standards that are actually happening now, are we having the border wall is getting currently put up? Yes.
It's not much. The border wall is a very small
Not
portion.
much. So you think it's a
Yeah, I mean,
coincidence?
under Trump's first term, it was only 20% refurbished and 3.7% new wall. So
I'm just curious. Just one quick question. If you had a choice between Obama, Biden, and Harris as president, who would it be?
Obama, Biden, Harris? Maybe
Yeah,
Harris?
yeah. If you had to choose.
Maybe Harris? I think I would pick Harris in that context. One, because Biden can't run. And
No,
neither
I'm just
can
saying, like,
Obama.
hypothetically. That's all, obviously. No, I just
Like-
want to get your opinion on that. That's all.
Either Obama or Harris. Biden's
Okay.
too old.
And then I think we could have some common ground. I'm assuming you get like a lot of money through TikTok, right?
It's my job.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So TikTok is still open because of Trump, isn't it?
Because he's not enforcing the law.
Not enforced. So but you're accepting.
And you understand that I think a deal
So
would
you're
exist under
accepting-
the Harris administration as well. And even if it
But
didn't,
you're
I would still
accepting-
prefer Harris being in office.
That's a
compared to Trump.
hypothetical, isn't it?
All of this is hypothetical.
Well, not really, because Trump did enforce or did uplift the TikTok ban, so that part's not hypothetical, right? So you're doing the hypothetical under Kamala Harris, but we can see that obviously TikTok is still going on, where you're making some money off of thanks to Trump, right?
Yeah, you're
But if
saying
you
you're
see
saying
it's
you're saying,
illegal-
oh, if Trump weren't in office, then it would be the case you wouldn't be making this money. That's a hypothetical.
Right. No, your side is hypothetical. On the it's
You just brought up a
the
hypothetical.
fact that you're making money is still evident. That thanks to Trump, that part is evident.
There's 3,000 people on my YouTube stream right now, so I would make money even without TikTok being here. And also, I would prefer
Well, I'm not-
TikTok.
I'm-
I would prefer TikTok not being here and Harris being president, comparative to Trump being in presidency.
Sure, but that's irrelevant because you're still accepting the money, isn't it?
What? How?
What do you mean? How you still accept donations on TikTok?
What's
Like,
the issue with
it
that?
really? You're kind
Are you mad about that too?
No, I don't hate the game at all.
So then, what's your point of bringing this
I
up?
actually commend you, but I'm just saying it's thanks to Trump that you're getting a little bit more income, isn't it?
Nope, not at all.
Not at all.
Nope.
You don't see the distinction.
I'm giving him nothing from that. That's not him.
Oh God. All right, got you, buddy.
He's the one who originally brought up the TikTok ban in the first place. Did you know that?
What? So it wasn't getting banned previously before he
Before
became
TikTok,
president?
before he brought it up in 2020, yeah.
So you're telling me there was no policy, there was no investigations under Biden right now. That
Wait, Biden was
there's-
after
it's a-
Trump. Biden was after Trump.
So-
2020
wait,
was
no,
Trump.
I just want to know. I just want like, who started the TikTok ban? How did it
Trump.
exactly start?
Trump.
Okay, all right. That's not asking. That's not answering how. That's just saying Trump over and over again. So can
Trump
you just tell me
yeah, Trump literally started it and brought it up. That's
when?
the answer.
What was the
In
date?
2020.
Jesus Christ. So 2020, and then it continued right after he became president, or beforehand.
It did continue after he was done being president.
No, I don't think you're understanding what I'm asking you.
Yeah, then clarify.
So sure, I'm trying to clarify. So 2020, he brought it up, right? And you're telling me it just when cold case they didn't bring it up, and then it got opened again when Trump became president again?
No, that's not what I
was
said.
it- Okay. So it was continuing to be investigated under who?
Biden. I never disputed that.
Thank you.
I said it was started by Trump. Did you hear anything that I said?
Yeah, sure, but it was continuing under Biden, right?
No one disputed that.
Okay. So ultimately, it's still ongoing right now. You're getting paid thanks to who? It wasn't Biden, right? He didn't. Did he close? He could have closed. Let me ask you this: Could he have closed?
Don, thank you for the $5. That's thanks to who? Thank you so much, Don. I really appreciate it. Valerie, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to you. Judith, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's who I should be thanking, not Trump.
Okay. So, could Biden have interfered or done something with that case before, while he was president?
Say it again.
Could Biden have done something with the TikTok ban or the investigation?
Yeah,
of it,
dude.
or whatever have you? He didn't. Did he negotiate? What did he do? I'm just curious.
They didn't get to the point of negotiation yet when he was in
So
office.
did he? He didn't even try.
Well, they specifically would have tried the same context here, but that didn't happen until
But-
2025 because of how it was set up in terms of the ban.
Okay. But the point is, Trump was actually doing continuing talks with China, or the TikTok owner. I forget his name. It's actually, I forget the guy's name, but the guy that owns TikTok, right? So he was actually in negotiations with him, right? in contrast to Biden. So you don't think that's a good thing?
So, if you want to talk about the negotiations, I think the negotiations would exist on either side, right?
You're hesitating, man. I know you don't want to say you don't want to give him any credit. I get it.
Because it's kind of ridiculous that we're even having this conversation. I don't know what the point of this is.
My point was that you're getting paid because of him, aren't you?
What's the point of you saying this? Say that's true. What's
That's
the
a
point?
good thing. I'm saying that's a good thing, right? That's something you can agree that would be a good thing that Trump has done, and you can't say it, can you? Because that kind of
I could acknowledge I agree with him trying to get a deal for TikTok done, but I don't know what your point is with that.
So you agree that was a good thing that he did?
Sure. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Okay. All right. Cool. We have common ground there. I just wanted to see if I can get you to admit that. That's all.
Is that it?
No, that was really it for that.
Could you name something you agree with Harris on?
Something I agree with Harris on. Alcohol is awesome.
That's obviously a ridiculous statement. She clearly is not an alcoholic. The fact that you would try to associate her with that is kind of crazy.
How do you...
Literally, I was asking you in a genuine sense, and you just brought that up. How fucking immature and childish is that after I went through that entire conversation with you about you trying to get me to like acknowledge something I agree with?
But it was a joke. Don't take it too seriously. It was just a joke. So something I agree with Kamala Harris. Give me a minute. I'm going to try to find common ground there too.
Go ahead. Keon, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Beth with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Beth. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Daniel, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know, right? And Daniel as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. T, thank you so much for the €6. Thank you. Trump sends troops against civilians and declares war on Antifa, which is just to cover up suppression of opposition. Seriously. Amy, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Amy. Did you find it?
Yeah. So I do actually have common ground with her. So she believes that Israel has the right to defend itself. So I think we have common ground there.
That is the most crazy thing to find agreement with Kamala Harris on. That is the most nuts thing I've ever seen.
Why is that crazy?
Why is that crazy?
Why is that crazy?
Why is that crazy? Because this is what you're saying. You're saying Israel, who started these conflicts, particularly, has a right to defend its offensive? That doesn't make any sense. It's offensive, one, because they're occupying the territory. They're committing a genocide in Gaza.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Bro, no, they're not, dude.
Yes, they are.
Do you understand? All right, do you understand the word Palestine?
Yes.
Okay, where'd it come from?
Does that matter? Do you know where America came from? Where did America come from?
Well, don't pivot.
No, so where did America come from?
I just asked.
No, I want you. I actually want you to answer this because I don't know. I don't know where the word Palestine came from. Can you answer this question?
I promise I will answer.
Where did
I like your question? I do like your question.
No, then
but I'm going to answer after you answer mine.
I already fucking told you. I don't know the fucking answer. Can you answer my question now?
Don't get angry.
Where did America come from?
So, since you don't know, and this is actually a good claim that you want to bring up because you're gonna bring up the natives, right? I'm assuming.
Can you just tell me where the word came from? I'm asking you. Do you even know? You don't know. So that doesn't change whether or not they have a legitimate claim to the land. Okay. So can you give an actual?
Going back to if you want to do the indigenous, you're going to bring up my point for me. So Palestine was a Roman word in 135 CEs during the Battle of Khokbar, right?
How is this at all relevant to whether or not Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Bear with me. Palestine, Judea was renamed to Palestine to undermine the legitimacy of the Jews to the land. During that rebellion in Judea, there was not a single Arab or Muslim around. It was a Roman word used to, in other words, they were not the indigenous to the land.
Where'd you get this source from?
fucking history. Jesus Christ! I
Just claims fucking history. Okay, so there's a few issues here with this. One,
right.
you just claiming history is not an evidential source. Two, as it relates to this, right? If you want to look at this, this doesn't change the legitimacy in terms of whether or not Israel is occupying Gaza, is specifically committing a genocide in Gaza, right? Or the specific war crimes that they're committing. We can also point to their occupation of the West Bank and their continued try to settling of the land, right? Which is violating international law. Do you agree with the settling of the West Bank?
Let me ask you this: when they had
Is he
Gaza,
ever
right?
going to answer questions? Is he ever going to answer questions?
When they had Gaza, didn't Israel
Answer this
leave
question.
Gaza?
What do you
was the
agree
point
with
of
the?
that?
Do you agree with the settling of the West Bank? Answer the question.
What was the point? Like, what was
If
the
you don't
point of,
answer my question, I'm going to kick you. Answer the fucking question.
All right, you can kick me if you want, dude. But like,
Answer the question. Answer the question. I'm asking you a very specific
what
question.
What was the point of Israel leaving Gaza, dude? What was
Hey,
the
can
point
I have?
to begin with?
I'm talking about the West Bank. Do you know the difference between the West Bank and Gaza?
Do you understand that?
If you can't answer my question, it makes you look like an idiot. You know that, right? It makes you look stupid. Answer my question. Jeez, bro. You're embarrassing yourself right now.
What was the point of Israel?
Wow, not answering my
Leaving
question again? Do you want me to mute you until you answer it? I'll wait. We'll wait until you answer the question. Brenda, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brenda. Can we get some W's for Brenda in the comment section right now? For Parker, I'm giving this to you, not because of Trump, TikTok, etc., but because of your intellect and integrity. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Brenda in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brenda. I really appreciate it. That's actually fucking nuts. Thank you so much. Absolutely nuts. Thank you so much. Angelique, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Civ, Carrie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. You can unmute and answer the question. Do you agree with the settler colonialism in the West Bank that Israel is committing?
Settle colonialism. Explain. Like, how are they doing that?
They are actively going in and stealing Palestinians' land. And they are literally settling there. There are Israeli settlers that are violently going in and literally taking Palestinians' land. Violently.
Let me ask you this. How many nations?
Stop asking me questions and answer mine.
No,
Holy fuck.
You're not
wow,
getting
this guy can't answer a single question. Wow. He just answers me. He just asks me questions.
So you're like Palestine. No, Palestine.
No, answer my question. Try again. Can you listen to instructions? What are you, a fucking fifth grader?
You want answers your way.
Actually, that was rude to fifth graders. You're like the first graders. You're like first graders. Okay, can you engage with the question?
What you want is the answer of your version, not mine. That's why you keep muting me, man.
No, I want an answer to the question that I asked you.
Yes, it's not their fucking land to begin with, dude.
That's not the question I asked you, right? I asked you, do you agree with the settler colonialism in the context of the West Bank? Do you agree with Israeli settlers going in and stealing Palestinians' land?
That's not their land to begin
That
with.
is their land. They've lived there their whole life. What are you talking about? You can't just go in and steal people's fucking land. What are you
You're talking about? If you know history, then you know it's not their land.
Oh, you know history? Were those the people? The people that are going in and stealing the land. Were they the people that existed in the past? No. It's not their fucking land. What are you talking about, dude? You can't just say, it is the case that we had a claim to this land 3,000 years ago. Therefore, I can just go in and steal people's land here. 3,000 years ago, I had a claim to the land that we're in right now. 3,000 years ago. My ancestors from 3,000 years ago. Therefore, I can just go in and take whatever. Dude, I have... Do you think it's justified for me to go in and steal land of people who live in Britain specifically because it is the case that I have British ancestry? Do you realize how fucking stupid this is? You can't just go into areas owned by other people and just fucking take them over because historically you have ancestors that lived in that area. What type of fucking stupid shit is this? Would they think it's justified for me specifically to go into Ireland and to steal someone's land in Ireland because it is the case that I had ancestors that fucking lived there? That's fucking crazy. And used to be a part of the British Empire, and they must have a claim over it. What the fuck, dude? Alec, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. It's fucking crazy, bro. Let's go to the next person. He left, by the way. He ran away. Actually nuts. Tyrone, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. He was so crazy. Caleb, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Caleb. Or I think it was just 10. Thank you so much. Neon, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Yo. I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
My birthday?
Birth year.
Oh, 2007.
What month?
January.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why so?
Overall, so here's my thing. I don't really like Trump as a person, but overall, I prefer his policies way more than Kamala Harris's.
Kamala? Why so?
Well, here's the thing. All right?
Why are people spamming that you're Canadian in the comments?
Well, I'm not Canadian, but I do talk about Canadian and American politics.
Okay, and you live in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay, what state?
What state?
Yeah.
Tennessee.
Okay, what time is it?
What time is it?
Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shit. Have I joined?
Yeah. And are you driving?
I am 23.
Yeah. And are you driving?
I am driving. Let me park, actually.
I'm sorry. You got to come up when you're not driving. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It is TikTok rules. Even if you were going to park right now, I can't actually keep you up as long as you do so. You have to be already parked by the time I add you up. I'm so sorry. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. It should help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Claire, thank you so much. Really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And seemingly Kyle will be in the comment section super pissed off every single time that happens. The Kyle will be in the comment section. He will see it, and he will be pissed. I will tell you that.
Yeah, sure.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, still.
Why so?
Because he's doing great things for the country.
What's your birth
He's a
year?
president of peace. 1985.
Really? What month?
September.
Okay, all right. So why do you support Donald Trump then?
He's the president of peace.
Okay, and what peace has he created?
Well, I mean, look at all the peace deals he's done.
Such as?
Well, I mean, where do you want to start?
What peace deal specifically would you say he's done already? It's already been agreed upon that you specifically think is so amazing.
Pakistan and India.
Okay. And both sides said that he was the reason why that happened, right?
Yeah.
Really? Both sides said that?
I believe so.
Can you give me a source of India saying that?
Oh, wait a second here. I got to move.
Give me a source of India saying that, and give me a source of Pakistan saying that. I'd love to see.
I don't have any sources on me. I'm on my phone.
Do you want to go look it up?
I wouldn't be able to right now.
You can. You can go swipe out of the app, look it up real quick, come back into the app and tell me.
No, I'm all right with that. What I want to know is
Trust me,
why do
please.
you Why do you support the Democratic Party so much?
Well, I think the Democratic Party is preferable to the Republican Party because they have significantly better policy.
Oh, in the sense that they anointed Kamala and they didn't give anybody
Kamala?
a chance to actually like. Oh, sorry. Kamala.
Kamala.
Yeah. So why was it that they anointed her and they didn't give anybody else a chance to go there to like be the next nominee?
Well, I'm sorry you didn't pay attention in 5th grade, Claire. Thank you for the bouquet. Thank you. But it is, but it is the case, or bouquet. Thank you. But it is the case that the Biden-Harris ticket was voted for in the primaries, and the vice president steps up when the president steps down. So, really simple thing. It's existed throughout the context of American history. President steps down after being voted into through the context of the primaries. Vice president steps up. That's the best precedence that they could follow specifically. And 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. Plus, if you cared about our democracy, you wouldn't be supporting a candidate that till to this day says that he won the 2020 election with absolutely no evidence. 60+ courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Audits in every single swing state indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. And also who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers after calling them patriots.
What about all the 234 federal officers that were found to be at the January 6th?
Federal officers under Trump's FBI?
Huh? No, I'm not talking about under Trump's FBI.
Well, in 2021, under January 6th, it was Trump's FBI. So his own FBI.
Sure.
So his own FBI was riling people up? Interesting.
I'm pretty sure there's all types of insurrectionists everywhere.
Yep. His own FBI was a part of the insurrection? Is that what you're saying?
Possibly. Who knows? Right?
Dude, come on. That does not make it better for Trump. That does not make it more democratic or like better that he did that. He also pardoned the violent rioters. So even if they were like fucking Antifa FBI or something like that, it is the case that like he still pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, were convicted of it, sentenced, right, admitted to it, were caught on video doing it. We can see the accounts of the police officers that were beat. So I'm confused. Like, why do you support him still? Because if you care about democracy, you wouldn't support a guy that actively
a deal right now with Israel and what is it?
Pivot. We were talking about democracy. We're talking about democracy.
Oh,
right.
Democracy. Yeah.
Yeah.
What has he done when in your sense, what has he done that has basically like destroyed our democracy?
He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and has denied the election results for the past 5 years.
And him denying the election results, that's hurting democracy?
Yes.
How so?
He got almost 70% of the Democratic or the Republican Party to believe that the election was rigged. Right? He actively got elected back into power after doing this. That's a huge threat because it shows a lot of Republicans are in support of the absolute lies and lunacy that Trump is engaging in that has been objectively, verifiably proven false.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good opinion.
Do you have a response?
Yeah, I just said it.
What was it?
I mean, if that's what you believe that he did, then that's fine.
That's not a response.
Okay.
Would you like to provide an actual response?
I don't know what you're looking for as a response to what.
Anything, literally anything. You just said like, oh, it's okay that you have that view. That's not a response.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay. Your partner cheats on you. You bring up the fact that they cheated on you, and they just say, and they just essentially ask you if you think that's wrong, and they say, oh, it's fine that you have that view. Did they actually respond to you, or did they just say it's fine that you have that view? Like, come on. Do you have a response, or not going to respond anymore? You're mad at me now?
Oh, no, I'm not mad. I don't get angry over politics.
Then do you want to respond then instead of just sitting there silent?
Well, no, I'm thinking.
Okay, that's fine. Valid.
Yeah. What I'm trying to understand is if that's an attack on democracy by just denying an election, then wouldn't Hillary Clinton be the same?
She didn't get 70% of the Democratic Party to believe that she won the election with no evidence. She doesn't claim to this day that she won the 2016 election.
No, but she
All
said
she
it was
did was say
stolen
that she
due to the Russians.
No, she didn't.
I'm pretty sure she did.
That's not what she said.
Then what did she say?
She at some point called him an illegitimate president because it is the case that he specifically was elected based upon the electoral vote and the electoral college and not the popular vote, and that she won the popular vote by millions. So that's all she's saying in that context, is that she believes the electoral college is not the way to specifically elect candidates, and that it should be elected based upon the popular vote. So she believes that he's illegitimate based upon that respect, not that like he shouldn't be the president, right? But that like the electoral college should exist is essentially the argument.
Do you think we should get rid of the electoral college?
Yes. But
so
it's
then
not
that
really
way
realistic for us to be able to do
New York
that.
would determine every election.
No, people determine elections, not land. You're advocating for land to determine elections, and I'm advocating that people should. When I say the popular vote should determine it, when you say California and all those other places should determine the election, yes, where people fucking live is where the election should be determined. Not land, not fucking cornfields, people who vote.
Yes, people that vote determine the election according to the Electoral College.
The Electoral College gives people votes not for population, but for just being a state. That's it.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not the determination for one person equals one vote. Me living in California, my vote's like 1/7th, 1/20th of someone living in Wyoming, which is insane. Also, like the fact that our votes don't matter as much in swing states, or I mean in areas that are not swing states, is crazy. I'm sorry, you only want swing states to determine the election? No, I want everyone everywhere to determine the election. Every person's one vote. That's what it should be.
No, the Electoral College is the way to go, because then you're going to end up with states like, California, New York,
where
with the
people
highest
live.
population of people.
Where people live.
Determining.
Oh my God, the people are going to be determining the laws? Oh, no way! The people determined the laws? No way! What a terrible and unjust system. You cut out.
People that are.
I can't hear you currently. You're currently cut out.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, I hear you now.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. All right. Yeah, I'm in the hospital right now. It's actually kind of funny.
I hope that you're okay.
All right. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I should get out tomorrow. But yeah. Ugh. Yeah, you're a good dude, Parker. I enjoyed talking to you.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, I genuinely, I don't mean to take this too far or anything, but like, I genuinely do think that the Electoral College is like a scam, and I think that it shouldn't exist, and I think that people's votes should matter, and I think that the Electoral College makes it so people's votes don't matter as much.
How so?
Because it is the case that, again, me living in California, my vote doesn't matter as much as someone living in a different state. And it can only really determine the election of me living in California, not nationally speaking. And I think that it should affect the national level for my one specific vote. I don't think that it should be dependent upon the states, right? Specifically, I think it should be dependent upon the entire country as a whole and how the entire country is voting. I do not like it how it's currently set up, where it is the case that we only really are going to be going into like swing states and talking about swing states that determines the election. I think it's not representative of the rest of the country. I think it holds the country back from actually, upholding what it's supposed to do from a representative basis. And it just leads to like people who are in swing states having gobs and gobs and gobs of advertisements, right? Like literally you go into a swing state and near the context of an election, all you see is election-based ads. And like that, it shouldn't just be the election is only happening in the swing states. It should be the election is happening across the entirety of the United States, because then we're only addressing the needs of people in swing states, and to a greater extent comparative to what we should be addressing in terms of the country as a whole. And I agree, people in swing states, their needs should be addressed, but they should be addressed as everyone else, right? It shouldn't just be their needs put above everyone else's, because that's what determines the national election. I think that's ridiculous. And I think that even people living in Midwest areas would say that. I grew up in Iowa, you know? I think it's ridiculous that just the state specifically, right? Just because it, has, because it's a state, it gets more votes just for being a state, right? Iowa should get the proportional amount of votes comparative to its population, right? If we're going to be doing it based on the states. I don't even think that should be involved. One person, one vote. That's how I think it should be. And that's realistically a better system.
Well, that would take an act of Congress.
Yeah, that's actually, here's one point where I do really agree with you, is that it's not very realistic for us to get rid of the Electoral College as of now. So we kind of have to live with it, essentially, because we wouldn't be able to, get rid of it from that basis. It takes too much of Congress to be able to do that. So this is the one point I agree with. We know this. It's really hard to get to that point, but realistically speaking, it's the better position, right? Because the way we currently are running politics does not take into account the needs of the nation as a whole.
I don't know if it wouldn't say that exactly, as it does take the needs of the nation as a whole. Because, once again, if you're going based off of population, and you're looking at your southern border states and everything like that versus your northern border states, you're going to have, how you have more immigration on the southern borders versus the northern borders. They're more affected by border policies than the northern states versus the southern.
So what I did mean by that was to the extent in which they should. Obviously, yes, national issues are still addressed, but they're not addressed to what they should be because we're so focused on specifically just what's happening in the swing states.
Yeah, I live in a swing state now, which is funny because Arizona never used to be a swing state.
Yeah, but the election should not just be determined by those swing states, right? Even though you live in a swing state, it shouldn't just be you in terms of your vote that matters. It should be people who live in California whose matters. It should be people who live
your vote still matters.
Oklahoma whose vote who matters. It should be people who live in Missouri whose vote who matters. Not just because, right, it is the case that they live in a certain state. It's always going to go that way, and then that's what's going to yield. A lot of people feel like they can't be involved in the political process because their state always goes one way.
Well, no, I agree with that. But the thing is that everybody's vote still matters. It's just that California's has more Democrats in it than it does Republicans. Arizona's more of a purple state now, as they say. You have your states that lean more left or more right, depending on the population of that state and who's in it. And also you get into, funding, NGOs, everything like that.
Which, again, it's totally fine for there to be liberal states and Republican states. I'm not having the disagreement with this. The disagreement I'm having is that, again, the Electoral College should determine it. So swing states have this overwhelming representation that the rest of the country lacks. And it is true that big states and people in big cities are lacking representation to the degree in which they should get, because it is the case that rural communities are been prioritized above. Genuinely, they genuinely have. That's why we have this set up right now, is because it's trying to say that rural communities won't be taken into account because they have less of a population. Yeah, that's the reality. Less population means you have less votes, right? We're talking about a national level. You can still have localized politics from a national level. It should not be rural areas that just because they're rural areas, they get more of a say. It's crazy, right? And again, my dad grew up on a farm. My dad grew up in a rural community. I grew up in Iowa. I know what it's like to be near rural communities. But rural communities are heavily overrepresented in national politics. Not true on the local level. Local level can be separate. But national politics should not do that.
So so just because they're a less population, their voice should be silenced?
No, their voice should still be heard. But it shouldn't be heard more just because they're living in an area with less people. I'm talking about proportionally. It should be proportionally the same. One person, one vote.
Okay. Do you think Trump should be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize?
No. What? That's crazy. I'm sorry. Do you think he should be?
Well, I mean, what about what is going on with Gaza and Israel with the peace deal that he's brokering right now?
I don't think that should get him the the Nobel Peace Prize. I think that if anything, he set that back from occurring. But
I mean, isn't it happening like right now? Like,
I mean,
aren't Israel?
they
isn't
haven't
Israel
they haven't
withdrawing troops?
They haven't fully agreed upon terms and followed through with it yet. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. What are your thoughts on the Second Amendment? I'm just picking your brain here, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a right to self-defense, but I don't think that a lot of the guns we have right now are necessary for self-defense. And
What
they
type
lead
of
to more
guns are
negative
necessary
impacts.
for self-defense?
And you don't need an AR. You don't need an automatic rifle. You don't need, high-capacity magazines. Right? I believe in red flag laws and universal background checks and,
Well, they
more
already do
education
universal
for
background
getting
checks
access to
anyways.
guns. What's up?
I said everybody that buys a firearm is required to get a background check.
Well, there have been loopholes with gun shows for a while.
No,
in
there's
different
never
states.
been any loopholes with gun shows. I've been working in gun shows for the past 20 years.
Depending on the state,
I'm an
you're in,
FFL
yes, there
holder.
has been.
Huh?
There
No,
have been
there's no
with gun
loopholes.
shows. Yes, there are.
No, there aren't.
Yes,
there are
there
no
are.
loopholes.
Yes, there are.
No. You go to a gun show and you buy a gun, they do a background check right then and there.
I'll show you.
I mean, you can show me whatever you like, but there's no every gun show I've been to where I've purchased a firearm, I do a background check right then and there. And if the systems are down, they take down my information and then they'll mail me my gun to a registered FFL.
So those are just the ones that you've been to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can send you stuff that varies by state. And there's literally been a gun show loophole. It literally talks about it in this article. I can send you the article if you'd like. Background checks at gun shows, the latest developments. That's from findlaw.com. You can also go to legalclarity.org. Do background checks.
Well, anybody
background
that's
checks at gun shows.
utilizing anybody that's utilizing that type of loophole is committing fraud and should be thrown in prison.
No, they're technically not because of the state's laws.
Now, I don't know which state.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's depending on the states. I can pull up the states if you'd like.
Yeah, no, I mean, give me a specific state. Which state?
Here I'm running through the. So
No, it's not in Arizona. Arizona has strict, like, they don't have strict gun laws, but I mean, they have gun laws to where you cannot buy a firearm without a background check, even at a gun show.
So here's the ones that there's 14 states that require background checks at gun shows for all sales, including those by private sellers. So all the other states don't require it.
14 states that do require it, and how many
Yeah.
other states that don't? What's the law?
I just told you specifically what to find. Do you want me to find the law now? Jeez.
Well,
there's-
no. I'm looking for, like, what you're saying, like, you're just throwing up,
Like you're asking me for different state laws now. Like do you want me to
No,
find the different state laws
That's
in
not
each
what
of the
I'm
states?
asking. I'm
or-
asking, like, where are you getting this information from?
From thoughtcode.com. It says 33 states are currently no laws, federal or state, regulating firearms between private individuals at gun shows. And it
Oh,
gets
that's private. That's private sales. So that's different. That's
Yeah,
not
it's-
commercial.
What? So private
No,
gun
that's
shows.
private. No. So do you understand the difference between a private sale and a
wait, but
commercial
that's still a
sale?
loophole to not go through a background check, right?
All right. So, for instance, Parker, I wanted to sell you my gun, right? Right. Me as I was a private citizen, I want to sell you a gun. You're like, hey, I like your gun. I want to buy it from you, right? I don't have to do a background check on you.
You should.
No, I don't. Though
You should have
It's
to.
your, huh?
You should have to.
No, I shouldn't have to because
Yes.
you, as a citizen as you are, you should know whether or not you can own a firearm.
No, we
Yeah.
need laws in place to ensure that people should have to go through background checks if they buy guns, regardless of the scenario.
So then how would a private citizen be able to perform a background check on someone?
Oh, tough shit. Figure it out. I'm sorry. We need laws and regulations and standards to ensure that people don't get hurt, and this is one of them. You got to go figure it out. You got to go if you want to sell. You can go through the context of a gun show that has all of those things set up for you, right? There shouldn't be private sales with absolutely no background checks involved in them. That's fucking crazy. We need universalized background checks.
Well, no, they do have universal background checks.
That's not
Commercial,
universal
but-
background check. We just gave you an example of how it was not universal because there are private sales that do not involve background
Private
checks.
sales don't include. I'm talking about commercial sales. Private sales, like if
I'm
I
talking
wanted to
about
go and
private.
sell
I'm talking about
guns-
sales as a whole. Every single sale in this country of a firearm should include a background check. And if you don't agree with me, tell me why. Because I think that is a common sense gun control policy.
Well, let's see here. One thing, it costs money to do a background check, and not only that, there's the resources of it. And if you're going to buy a firearm from someone, you should already know whether or not you're legally able to have one.
So you could say that you want them to do that, but we should still have laws in place that enforce the context for that to occur. Like they have to go through a background check.
Say again, you were breaking up there a little bit.
I'm saying that regardless of the scenario, regardless of whether it's a private sale or not, they should have to go through a background check. It makes the country safer. Stop just repeating the claim that they don't have to do that. I'm saying they should.
I mean, you can say they should, but once again, if I'm selling to somebody and I'm not comfortable with, them or anything like that, and I feel that there's anything wrong, then I wouldn't sell it to them. But
Yeah, but that can't be said about every private seller. You understand that, right?
Yeah,
So we need
yeah.
laws in place to ensure that that doesn't happen.
So you think more gun laws are going to stop gun violence?
Yes, they will stop it to some degree. Not 100%, but they will stop it to some degree. I think I have a friend in here who specifically specializes in talking about guns. I'd love for you to talk to Brett real quick.
Sure.
Hey, can you hear me decently?
Yeah. What's up? I hear you perfectly.
Awesome. No, yeah, I wanted to touch on what he just said. He said, do we think gun laws will work? Yeah, we do. Because if we look at the states that have the strictest firearm laws, we see that they have a lower firearm death rate opposed to those that have looser gun laws. That
What about
have the
Chicago?
highest amount of firearm death rates. Chicago's not even in the top 10. That's just a racist dog whistle that Fox News has told y'all to hate.
What about Santa Fe, New Mexico, Albuquerque?
What about them?
I'm saying, don't they have strict gun laws as well?
We can go through them and look if you'd like, but
I mean, there's plenty of other law. I mean, you got Washington D.C. as well.
yeah, where does DC? Where did the individuals from
California,
DC?
LA.
Yeah, California is one of the bottom ones as well. LA doesn't even make the top 150.
But I mean, where you see that there's the strictest gun laws, usually there's a lot of gun violence. I mean, New York as well.
No, there's not. New York is at the bottom as well.
So where are the highest gun rate or gun deaths?
It's a death rate. This is how we do statistics, correct?
Say again?
This is death rates. This is how we do statistics, correct?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Right. Awesome. So we can go ahead and, per the CDC, the states with the highest death rate would be Mississippi, Louisiana.
I gotta let you guys go.
What?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Oh, he just left? As soon as you started naming them off?
Yeah. So it would be Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama are the top three, respectively, with 29.4, 28.3, and 25.6 firearm death rates per 100,000. If we look at the states with the strictest, which would be Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, etc., they have a firearm death rate of 3.7, 4.6, and 4.7. So,
and chat, yes, I think either a nurse or doctor came in. I did think about that. That makes a lot more sense. It was probably actually related to that. He said he was at the hospital.
oh well, I hope he does better. But yeah, like I said, we see that places that have the stricter firearms laws have the lowest amount of firearm death rates. We can even look at other countries real quick. The UK last year had 22 firearm deaths total. We go through that less than every 5.5 hours in the US. Every 5.5 hours, we have 22 firearm deaths. So we can do this. So
Absolutely. Well, Brett, I always appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
yeah, absolutely. If I'm gonna be down in the comments, so if anybody else, I'll be there.
I got you. Appreciate you coming
I
up.
appreciate you, man.
Alrighty, everybody, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on?
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
At first, I would take him over Kamala, but as of now, I don't know.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I looked at Donald Trump as a better president than him just because of the stability we had whenever he was in office before, and I looked at Kamala like a complete retard.
Oh, using slur is crazy. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Yo,
what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. Oh, no, I'm 20. I'm lying. I just turned 20.
Thank you for the bouquet. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm 18. I just turned 20. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. What's up?
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
October 23rd, 2006.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
I'm definitely anti-illegal immigration and I'm anti-abortion. Those are my two main issues.
Anti-immigration and anti-abortion?
Anti-illegal immigration.
Okay. We'll talk about immigration first. What's specifically bad about undocumented immigrants getting a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime where they don't have to leave the country? What's wrong with that?
Can you ask the question one more time?
Yeah, what's wrong with undocumented immigrants getting a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or a bad crime where they do not have to leave the country?
Well, I think that's a fair question. Are you saying that they're not? Are you asking that because you think they're not being given that?
Well, I think that they should not be. I think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. If they where they do not have to leave the country, they are currently not being given that option. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I would say there's so many people trying to come legally who are waiting in line, and when people are cutting in line, it makes it more difficult because we have, so many people are trying to come into our country, and when you have entered the country illegally, that from that point forward is a crime, and so we need to have a better way of sorting between this, is what I would say.
Okay, a few things here. They're not cutting in line because it is the case that they never went in line in the very first place, so they're not even going into the line. Okay, if it was the case that they were going through the legal immigration process, they would be going into the line. So it would be backing up the line even longer. So what they've done actually does not make the line take longer. The reason why the line is taking so long is because the Republicans have put artificial barriers in place to limit people from being able to legally get into the country as quick as they possibly should be. And then for crime, undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. And them coming to the country, yes, it is a misdemeanor if they come here undocumented, but I don't think that they should be punished given that they've committed a violent crime or bad crime. There are so many different laws on the books that are not enforced. Like, for example, we're on an app right now that's banned by the government, but it's not being enforced to be banned. Right? So, I mean, like, there's not really an issue with that, right?
Sorry, my connection. Issue with what?
Yeah, so again, right now we're on an app that's currently banned and illegal, but it's not being enforced. So there are lots of laws on the books that don't get enforced, given that they don't affect the safety and security of our country, right? So this is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it's like, I mean, people have been deported under multiple administrations. Like Obama deported a lot of people. Biden, obviously, I guess, deported people too. Like it's one of those things that, there are things that aren't enforced, but it's like just because other things aren't enforced. I think immigration is a pretty important thing that needs to be, protected in our country. And so, I mean, I'm for people coming in and, going through the right process and getting in, but people who have come illegally, it's not even one of these like political things. It's like, I just feel like it's just like, if you come here legally, you got to get out and then you can come back in if you do it the right way. But it's just, we have laws. That's the way I see it.
Yeah. So, I mean, it wasn't an issue for the president of the United States to have been a convicted felon. You still voted for him. He literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots, right? And that was totally okay with you, right? You're still willing to vote for him. But undocumented immigrants coming to the country for a better life, who have not harmed the safety and the security of this nation, then the law should be enforced in that context.
Well, when it comes to the law, it's not illegal to be a felon and be president, number one. So that's the biggest
I never said
difference.
it's illegal, but you're willing to allow someone to be president, given that they did something illegal, right? But you're not allowing someone to specifically become a citizen of the country because they've done something illegal.
Well, it was an illegal act to enter the country. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
So I understand, but no one really gives a shit. It's a misdemeanor. It's not a harm to our country. If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, who gives a fuck?
Well, you might not
legal.
do it.
Think about it this way: our legal process, if they went through the legal process, would not have restricted them from coming to the country. The only reason they didn't go through said legal process is because it takes too long to go through said legal process. So if we provided a quicker legal process, it would incentivize them to go through the legal process, and it would be the case that then we wouldn't have so many people coming to the country undocumented.
Okay. Well, it might take too long for them, but for the people, there are people who come in every year where I guess it didn't take too long enough for them because they did come in the right way. So I guess that's subjective.
So again, it depends on the individual, but it takes on average years to get into the country, and some people will wait, but they shouldn't have to.
All right. Okay. Are you thinking that, because I'm just confused, like most people coming into America, are you saying they're coming in illegally because they're fleeing from like Mexico or like their country of origin? Is that like what you're thinking? Like they're taking refuge basically?
Sometimes it depends. That's the asylum process.
Because it's like, I think that there should be other countries. Like the problem is we have such an influx of, I think it's the problem too is that it's a strain on the taxpayers because there's a lot of these people coming in where they could have gone to another country other than the United States. Like a lot of people are passing different South American countries before they come here. And it can be a strain on the taxpayer because we're paying for these people.
Strain on the taxpayer? They pay more into our systems than they're going to be taking out of it. Undocumented immigrants are going to be paying for our Social Security and for our Medicare, right? You understand that if we do not have immigration, it is the case by 2032, we are going to have insolvency of Social Security and Medicare, which will lead to a reduction in benefits by 20% plus. Okay. So if we do not have immigration, that will happen. Immigration will literally lead to us being able to continue and maintain those programs. If we do not have immigration, we will not be able to continue and maintain them. Meaning immigrants are going to be taking care of us, not the other way around.
But that's only the immigrants or the illegal immigrants that are paying taxes.
No, this is immigrants as a whole.
Oh, you're talking about immigrants as a whole?
Yeah.
Well, I want immigrants to come in, just not illegal immigrants. So that's leaving out the chunk.
You mean
there are legal immigrants?
So if you provided a quicker legal process, you'd think it's good. So if you just provide a legal pathway for everyone in the country undocumented, wouldn't that be better?
Well, doesn't Trump do that with the gold card or whatever it is?
No, that's $5 million. No one can afford that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no. I mean, do you really think we need that many more people in our country?
Yes,
Like, do you think it's a thing where
absolutely.
we need?
Yep.
Why?
I just told you we're gonna have insolvency of Social Security and Medicare by 2032, according to the big beautiful bill was passed, right? If it is the case that we do not have increased levels of immigration to increase the level of tax revenues, that's just a reality.
What is insolvency meaning? We're not going to have enough money for Medicare?
to run the same level of benefits in the program. So we're gonna have to cut benefits by like 20% plus.
And is that because? And what would the reason be because of that?
Because we don't have enough funding. Our population. So we have a greater level of people who are older, living for a longer period of time, comparative to the younger population that is paying into the system. Because we have had a low birth rate for like the past 50 years.
Yeah, that's a problem we need to address. I think we aren't having enough kids for sure. So you're saying, oh, okay, I see more what you're saying now. So you're saying these people who are coming in are having more children. Is that kind of what you're saying? Like these people are going to be having more children, therefore it's going to make our country
they're going to be
grow
coming to our
jobs?
country and they're going to be working. But sure, they will also have children. But like it's not just them having children; it's them just coming to the country. Like they're going to be working.
Don't we already have like millions of jobs open for like in our country? Like I didn't think it was this situation where we have like a deficit. We're like, we need more people, we need more jobs. I thought there's so many open jobs.
We need more people. We need more tax revenue into our system. They will pay taxes into our system.
Well, but how can they pay taxes if they're not being tracked? Some of them, like we don't even know where these people are.
We provide them a legal pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. And people already who are undocumented in the country pay like $100 billion in taxes per year, right through ITINs.
Right. Well, I mean, I have to look into that more with the data you're providing, the 2032. I don't know exactly where is that information coming from. Is it like Department of? I don't know where that's coming from.
Congressional Budget Office.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but do you disagree? Do you disagree? So you disagree that because it's not just our country that deports like illegal immigrants. You think that that's wrong? That like ICE is going after people and deporting them? I just don't understand like why.
Yeah,
that's
they're deporting
wrong.
people without due process. They're literally like ripping people out of their communities who are just there literally benefiting their communities and working. And they're not identifying themselves. They're not using warrants.
Do you
They're
think
covering
if
their
we
faces like they're the
do you
fucking
think if
secret police Gestapo?
well that's not is that illegal to do that to cover
In
your
California
face?
now it is. They're also racially profiling.
Racially profiling.
That's what they've said themselves. They said themselves that they're racially profiling people.
Meaning like they're only going after Mexican people.
Meaning that they're disproportionately doing so, and they're specifically using that as a justification to go after people, yes.
Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Do you think if we, because here's what I've heard before from like a supply and demand argument. Like we have an X amount of money that is going out to these people who are illegal immigrants working these jobs. If you remove those immigrants, wouldn't it then allow more money to go to the people working those jobs that are actual citizens? And wouldn't people actually make more money? Like citizens who have been here, we take those jobs away and then they go towards Americans. Wouldn't people make more money in turn? If we're wanting people to have higher wages, wouldn't that be how it works? Or is there, like, what's your stance on that?
No, we actually will have more jobs that will be created by there being more people within our economy demanding goods and services, which will create higher upward pressure on the wages as well. It creates our economy to be more productive. There's more trade going on with our economy, which creates more efficient trades. There's more people that you can engage in a trade with. There's more likelihood that you're going to have someone within that context have a more efficient trade with you, essentially where you will profit more or get more value out of it subjectively. They'll get more value out of it subjectively because there's more people.
Right.
Like if you're a big city with a lot of people to trade with,
Yeah.
it's more likely that you're going to get a better trade than if you're a small city with not as many people to trade with.
So, question: If the Trump administration, like, it sounds like you're having a problem with how long it takes for these people to come in. You're like, well, it's unreasonable for them to wait because they're here, they're already doing a job, and if they got deported, it would take them years to come back, and then it would
It's
mess
extremely
up. It would
costly
mess
for
up
no
the-
reason.
mess-
It's extremely costly
So-
for no reason.
So you think right? So so if it was the thing where it's like they went out and they came back, and then like a month they came back and started doing, and they just got their. What you're saying is
They
you just
shouldn't have
want
to
them
leave.
to be.
There's no reason for them
They
to
shouldn't
leave.
have to
They
leave.
should just be allowed to stay in the country and be given a pathway to citizenship. That incentivizes the most amount of people who are in the country undocumented to stay and to identify themselves to authorities. That's the
But
best
wouldn't we
way
have
for
to
them
change-
and the best way for us.
Right, but wouldn't we have to change the law then? Because like doesn't the law say like we have to deport people who come in illegally?
So
Or is that not the law?
We could just choose not to enforce the law in certain contexts. Like, for example, right? The law right now says that TikTok is banned.
In
we
the United
enforcing-
States?
Yes. Are we enforcing said law?
Obviously no.
No. We're currently right now talking on TikTok. So the point
Yeah.
that I'm making is that just because the law is on the books doesn't necessarily mean that we need to enforce it, and we can enforce it in the connotation in which I'm advocating for. And I think that's how we should enforce it.
Yeah, and well, I'm just trying to figure out. I would say though, like enforcing immigration versus enforcing an app, there is a little bit of a difference in that. I would say, but I do understand what you're saying. You would probably agree to. Like there is a little bit of a difference between like using TikTok versus like not choosing to follow our immigration laws. That's my
Well,
argument.
obviously there are different laws, but they're still the law in of itself. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
the point that you were bringing up that
Yeah.
was relevant was that it's the law. Well, not necessarily.
Yeah, but we could be talking on Instagram or whatever like else as well. But I do see what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess
So
we could be, but we're
what-
not doing that right now.
Right, but so what you're advocating for
Instagram lives are ass, bro. I went on there when TikTok did get banned, and the conversations were like 380p.
Bro, I don't know if you remember. I talked to you like forever. It was you and Parker. I talked to you guys forever ago. It was like we were talking about the Ukraine war thing. It was like a long time ago, but
Really? Like how long ago?
it was probably I think it was like November or December of last year, and like we were talking about that. But
So
yeah.
why haven't you changed your mind?
What's that?
Why haven't I changed your mind
On what issues?
on your support for Trump?
Well, because I'm still not convinced that.
And can
what
you tell
he's
me who I
doing
was
is
with, by the way?
You're with Parker. Or sorry, you're with Dean.
I
You're
was with
Dean,
Parker?
you're Dean. Yeah, you're with Parker. Yeah, you were with Dean Withers. He joined in, and no, I mean I'm avidly against
abortion, and it's because it's one of the main issues, and I'm against illegal immigration. Again, I'm for immigration legally, but I think what it is yes, there are different laws that aren't being enforced, like you said, this TikTok. What is the reason behind that? I'm kind of confused. Like, what's the reason? How is that possible?
They're essentially trying to get a deal out of it. They're trying to get a deal out of it.
Okay. Well, it's like I feel like immigration is a very significant thing that needs to be, like, to just not follow that is, I mean, I think is very, not wise is what I would say.
I think it's not wise to vote in someone convicted, who's a convicted felon, held civilly liable of sexual abuse, who pardoned violent rioters, who beat police officers on January 6th and called them patriots. I think that's pretty big of an issue in terms of incentivizing crime.
Well, I would argue that you're voting for somebody who, just to transition to the abortion thing, is responsible. She wants women to be able to continue to kill tens of millions of babies every year. So that's what I would say.
Tens of millions of babies every year? Where did you get that number from?
Well, how many babies are aborted every? How many babies?
Not tens of millions in the U.S. Not tens of millions. Not
it's
even
millions.
close.
It's millions.
I think it's a bit over a million, and it's increased. It's increased since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, and so is maternal mortality. So actually, more people are dying every single year now, comparative to when Roe versus Wade was overturned, like prior to that.
What is that? What is that supposed to mean?
That means that abortion rates have gone up since you overturned Roe versus Wade.
Okay. Well,
And
that
I mean,
just
do you have an
means that
issue
the
with
states-
IVF?
What's that again?
In vitro fertilization? Like they will, per patient, discard a lot of zygotes and embryos, which under your view might be people.
Discard. Oh, is that where you like? Is that where you? Oh, I know what that you're talking about. Actually, they do what? They
They
go
discard a
through
bunch of
someone's
zygotes and embryos, dude.
discard it?
They discard them.
I think that's it's wasteful because that's I guess it's a fertilized egg at that point.
Okay, do you think it's a person?
Scientifically, yes, because
So you
life
think that
begins
they're
at
just
conception.
so there's more people discarded through
Do
the
you
context of
disagree?
IVF than under
Do you
your view?
disagree that it? Do you disagree that it's a person?
Absolutely.
But science would disagree with you.
No, it wouldn't. Science doesn't determine personhood. I don't disagree that life begins at conception. What I disagree with
But what's okay? Hold up. But life begins at conception. What kind of life is it? It's human life. That's what the DNA tells us.
it's cellular human life. Yes. We don't value cellular human life as personhood. We value medical subjective life, subjective experience, I mean. So that's the type of life that we value. Can I clarify fully before you ask me some dumbass question? Apologies for being a little bit confrontational there. I'm just saying, like, genuinely, like, this is a point that's extremely relevant. Fuck, dude. In terms of this, so damn, I lost myself. You go ahead, ask your question.
Okay. Well, so I've heard you talk about a lot about like sentience with like babies and stuff. And it's like they don't have brain waves, they don't have any past or future like experiences, blah 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 blah. Well then my question to you, I'm gonna do a little gotcha question, is if someone killed you in your sleep and you didn't feel pain while it happened, would it be wrong? Yes or
Yes. Past or
So
present, past or present and future subjective experience.
Right,
It's
but
not
you-
whether
so
or not
when a
I'm currently
baby was-
going through the experience. It's the fact that I've had a past or present and future subjective experience. That's the condition that I
So-
consider valuable.
Right. So
Can I
then
give you an
when
example
killed
as
a
to why you don't
15-year-old
value as
Well, can I just finish? Can I
cellular
finish real
life
quick?
after? I said can I tell you after, right?
Yeah.
Example
Oh, yeah,
as to why
yeah,
you
I
don't
just
care about
couldn't wait
cellular
till I was
life.
talking.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, I mean, a 15-week-old baby, you kill it, it doesn't experience the pain. That doesn't make it right. But then what about a newborn that just popped out? Then you should be able to kill it because it hasn't experienced anything yet. It doesn't know what's going on. It hasn't had any past experiences. It still would apply the same thing. And then also, when it comes to dependency, a 6-month-old baby still relies on her mother for survival. They need shelter, they need food. There's all these things that you say, well, this is why this baby doesn't matter. But you look at people on respirators, people who literally will die if they go hours without certain medical treatment. And those people are they not valuable because they are completely dependent on things? Of course not. So of course babies are still babies. And just because they're dependent on their mother inside their womb, that doesn't mean that it's okay to kill them. Also, the term "my body, my choice" is not correct because it's not your body, it's not your DNA, it's not your decision, as Charlie Kirk would say.
Oh God.
So that's
cringe.
the way I'm looking at it.
Can I respond
Well,
to
it's
these?
it's
Can I
true. though.
respond to these?
Yeah,
Can I
yeah.
respond to these?
Respond to all of them. Yeah.
So a newborn baby has subjective experiences. That's the reality, right? You can't say it doesn't have subjective experiences. Subjective experience starts around 20 through 24 weeks within the context of the womb. Okay. Secondly, as it relates to this, my body, my choice. That is just the common conversation that people are saying, is that they're essentially arguing that it's their bodily autonomy. It is their body. It absolutely is their body. And especially since, like, we're talking about the scenario where it's their uterus and they're pregnant, and we're determining whether or not they should have a right to end the said pregnancy. So it is their body and it is their choice. And you're trying to restrict that because you think that
Yes,
there's
I
a
am.
valuable life, but there's not a valuable life because
It's crazy that
literally
you-
a zygote or an embryo. And let me go through this real quick. So a few things here.
Yeah.
You say that it's valuable because of cellular life. I say that's wrong. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Yeah.
They're still cellularly speaking alive. So under your view, that would be murder. You just said it should be legal to engage in murder under your view.
Wait, I said it would be wrong to pull the plug.
Oh, so it'd be murder? So everyone in the chat who specifically pulled the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead, you're saying that they're a murderer and should go to prison?
Well, I mean, if the person, yes, I mean, if the person is still has a capability of waking up.
So doctors and
Yeah.
people in the chat, type me in the comment section right now if you've pulled the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, or anyone who is brain dead, right? If you're a doctor or a nurse or somebody who's in the medical
But
field.
wait, hold up. There's
You're
a
saying
big
all of
difference
these
here now
people
that
are
I'm
murderers and should go to prison? Are you kidding me?
Let me think about this, because a person who's brain dead, if there's no possibility of them waking up, then that's different against a person who's growing inside their mother's womb.
But the
There's a
point
difference
is,
there.
that they're cellularly speaking alive. So if it's just cellular life that you consider the basis for value, well, then you would say that it's murder and that they should go to prison for that. You obviously don't think that. So what does it tell us? It tells us that we don't just value cellular life as personhood. We value subjective experience or medical life. What is medical life? Medical life is when it meets the point in which it can produce a subjective experience. Does that mean you can remember everything? No. It just means that you have a subjective experience. You're conceptualizing of the world around you. It does not mean that you remember it. So yes, you're right. Newborn babies do not remember things, but remembering things or not is not the basis for you having an experience, right? I'm elevated all the time. There's a lot I forget, but I still had an experience of it.
Yes, so I'm trying to. I just don't think that's a fair comparison because between a brain dead person and a baby, because a brain dead person, like now that I actually think about that, it's just not a fair comparison. That you can't. It's not a fair comparison.
What's the relevant distinction for you?
Well, what I just said, because it's a baby that's developing into a human versus somebody who is their brain is not developing. That's the biggest difference. The brain is basically stuck. It's frozen. And
Okay,
there's a very low
issues here. You said it's developing into a human. I thought it was already a human at conception.
No, I'm adult human is what I'm talking about. Like it's growing into it's developing further as a human. Yeah, that's what I'm.
Okay,
that's what
so if we talk about a brain dead 8-year-old, they're still their body is still developing towards being an adult, right? Do you think that it would be murder to pull the plug on an 8-year-old that specifically
their
was brain
body
dead?
is, but their brain, right? But like, I'm
So
talking
now it's their
about
brain. So does a zygote have a brain?
Well, not yet.
No. So you don't value it until it has a brain, under your view, right?
No, but
No?
it's still going to develop into if it's in the mother's womb. It'll
So
develop
maybe at
into
some
a
future point there might be a brain. There
Well,
isn't
yeah,
now. So then why
right.
is it valuable now? Why are you saying that you want to take away the rights for someone to choose specifically what they want to do with their own body for something that doesn't even have a fucking brain?
Because it's a developing human being.
Well, what is a human being?
A human being is an organism. It's an organism with human DNA. That's what a human being is.
Okay. All right, I have a question.
Is that scientifically is that
watch
wrong?
this.
Yes or no?
Watch this. Watch this.
Wait, answer the question. Is it right?
You're wrong.
Is
and
what
this
I
the-
said wrong?
You're wrong, and let me explain why. So let me explain why you're wrong. The reason why you're wrong in terms of the way that you use it yourself is because you do not identify the distinctions in human beings based upon just their DNA. Let me give you an example as to why. Two identical twins with the exact same DNA. Not all identical twins have the exact same DNA, but in the case in which there are two identical twins that have the exact same DNA, right? Are they the same human being?
But well, no.
No,
That's an exception.
They're
That's
different
an
human
exception
beings.
to the rule. That's an exception to the rule.
Exactly. That's my point.
But
right?
what is your point?
So you're saying that it's true that they're specifically a human being based upon them just having human DNA and being an organism, and I'm saying no, we base it on the idea of personhood and having a subjective experience, because it is the case that you can then identify in all cases a distinction between people. That's why I would say it's a better way to specifically refer to it, because two unique
I don't
subjective
think-
experiences
yeah.
indicates a difference in people. Now, if you want to talk about the conditions for is it human life, I'm not disputing that. It's human cellular life at conception. No one's disputing that. I just don't think that meets the criteria from a philosophical standpoint for what we consider a human being and a person.
I with all due respect, I actually don't think that's a great distinction, because I actually don't really understand the argument because your point, you're saying because in the event of there being identical twins and them having the same DNA, that doesn't make them a person. Like I don't that just it's not I'm not really tracking with it because it doesn't make sense. And also that's like a one. I don't know the probability of identical twins, but like so you're saying because of that, organisms with human DNA, they aren't humans because identical twins have the same DNA. Like that just doesn't. I'm not tracking with like the logic behind
because the way that you said there was a distinction between human beings was that they were an organism with human DNA. If it's an organism with the same human DNA in two different scenarios, under your view, that would be the same person because your way of making a difference between the individual in the two scenarios.
But I didn't say an organism with separate DNA. I said an organism with DNA. So it actually wouldn't be.
What do you mean?
Well, you're saying that I said that it has to have DNA, and then you said, well, then they have the same DNA, but I didn't say humans are organisms with distinct DNA from anyone else. That's not what I said. I said humans are organisms with DNA. So what? They have the same DNA. Like that doesn't. I don't understand why that wouldn't therefore affect my argument. Like that's what I'm confused on.
Because the way that you were determining a distinction between people was by utilizing the DNA. If you're not doing it based upon the DNA, well, then that's not the distinction of how you're identifying a human being, right?
Well,
now,
DNA is simply information that tells us, like, if you look at a dog,
this is irrelevant. Let's go past this. It's irrelevant. It's based on the way that we're defining the terms, and if you choose to not define it if you choose to define it as a human being, I honestly don't give a fuck. It's not valuable. If you used to say it's a human being, it's not a human being under my view. But if you consider it a human being, fine. Right? It's not valuable. It's a zygote. It's an embryo. If I were to have a petri dish right now, if I slap the fuck out of a zygote and I murder that shit under your view, should I go to prison?
But why would you do that?
Don't ask me why I would do it. Answer the question, bro. I'm asking you a question. I'm not saying ask me why I'm doing this. I'm doing it for fun on TikTok, for YouTube and TikTok content, to rage bait
If you stole a zygote from a place and you just destroyed it, then you would go to jail for that.
No, I made my own. I'm asking you if you think it's immoral. Dude, holy, can you answer the question I'm asking you?
But I actually just did. You said, should I go to jail for that? And I said, yes.
So you think I should go to jail for jail? No, I'm not asking if I would go to jail.
It's not what I should. It's not. I actually don't think it's what I should
this
think.
guy. Are you rage baiting me? Are you rage baiting me? There's no way. There's no way you're this stupid. I genuinely don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Should you go to jail? Should you go to jail for destroying a zygote?
If I had a petri dish and I slapped it to kill it, right? And I murdered it, my own petri dish that I made, my own zygote that I made, right? Should I go to jail?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying I should go to jail for slapping a single cell organism.
Why is it not valuable because it's a single cell?
What about a single cell organism is valuable? It's a fucking microorganism. It's on the same scale as a bacteria.
But it's human. And humans are innately valuable.
Do you value human sperm cells?
Well, no, because they're not a fertilized human. It's not a human. It's not a That's the difference. Is you're saying like, oh, well, what about the cells in your nose that are human? Well, it's not human though. It's a part of a human body, but it's not in and of itself a human. Yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah, and this is what we mean. We don't think that zygotes and stuff are in of itself a person, right? In the way that we view the term personhood. Now, does it have DNA? Sure, but that's not considerably valuable. Who gives a shit? So does the DNA also exists on your random skin cells.
But it's not in and of itself a human life scientifically. That's what I'm saying.
It depends on what you mean by human life.
That in and of itself is not its own separate human life. It's a part of your body that's been developed at that point. Right? I mean, scientifically,
that's not a definition, but we don't have to fucking talk about definitions over and over again because you're clearly dense when it comes to that. when it comes to the scenario, why I'm asking you why you value the zygote, and I would love an answer. What
Yeah, I
specifically
will.
about it?
Because I think biologically we are designed to value human life more than any other organism. Like, for example, if
I'm not
there's
asking you why you value them more than other organisms. I'm asking you why you value the single cell organism at conception.
I just told you, and now I'm using a comparison to tell you why. So I do believe that humans are innately valuable because we are the most intelligent species. Like, we value as humans intelligent species over others. That's why we're attracted more to dogs and dolphins and certain creatures that are more emotionally intelligent. So we are literally designed to preserve our own species and take priority in preserving our own species. Like, that's hardwired into
Pigs
us.
are super smart. I don't know what you're talking
Pigs?
about. Yes, pigs are smart.
Well,
pigs I'm pretty sure are smarter than dogs.
I'm pretty sure we have dominion like over the
But
world,
can you,
like human beings.
Yeah, whatever. That's religious. Okay, so is your view religious?
It's actually that's just true. Do we not control the world as humans? Are we not the most intelligent species?
I'm asking you, is that a religious perspective? Because you said the word dominion.
Yeah, I knew you. I thought you would realize that. Didn't you grow up in a Christian household?
Yep. Went to church twice a week as a kid.
Yeah. I mean, but going back, did I answer your question though?
No.
Why didn't I suffice?
If it's Christian oriented, Christianity doesn't mean that you have to.
I didn't use Christianity to defend it at all. I said scientifically, we value human life the most because we are
value is not
designed
scientific under your perspective. Value is going to be religious.
I'm talking about okay, maybe I'm trying to find the right word. Biology. We're designed to preserve our own species. Like that's just what we do. I mean, you can't disagree with that. I mean, we're
hey dude,
that's what humans do.
Does that mean it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because they're a part of the human species?
It depends. It's a different scenario than a
what?
human.
It depends on what? Tell me what does it depend on? What does it depend on?
Well, it depends on if the doctors think that person has a chance of waking up.
If they're brain dead, means that they're not going to come back. It's irreversible. Now, there are situations where brain death has been misdiagnosed, but we're talking about in a true diagnosis of brain death.
Right. So then why are you asking me that question to then ask me later, is it wrong to kill a baby? Because the examples are different.
I know. Listen. You said, right, specifically because it's a part of the human species and it's living and we want to protect our own species. So I asked you, is it murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because they're a part of the human species?
Well, at that point, they're only being kept alive based off of
machines,
a respirator.
But just
right.
because someone's only being taken care of by machines does not mean that they're not valuable.
Right, but what I'm saying is you're talking about someone who's brain dead where their brain is physically dead, and you're saying, is that wrong versus a baby that their brain is
I'm not doing a versus, all right? I'm not doing a versus as of right now, okay? No versus is happening right now, okay? You brought up the point that because it's human cellular life, that we want to protect our species. So it's wrong in every case to specifically murder it because it is the case that it's of our species just because it's human cellular life. Same thing is going to be true about individuals that are brain dead as well. They're part of the human species. They're cellularly speaking alive. Under your view, it's then murder and people should go to prison for pulling the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead.
I don't know. I don't know if they should go to jail because I think it would be a thing of I don't know. I think it's one of those things where I mean, you're ending something that would be dead otherwise if it's not being it's hard because but here's let me explain this. It's hard because it's a lot different than like someone with a pacemaker or somebody who's taking medicine because it's like the highest degree of needing assistance. So it's should they go to jail? And the person has no chance of ever waking up.
They're brain dead. Irreversible sensations of subjective experience in the brain.
I mean, probably not at that point. But then again, I mean, the word dead is in it. Like the word dead, the human is dead at that point, right? So I guess it's different.
Okay,
A
so
zygote is alive. A zygote is alive where at that point that person is pretty much dead.
hey, dude,
So that's
they're still
right.
cellularly alive. It's a different sense of the term dead.
But they have no chance of ever waking up. Where a baby does have a chance of living longer. Right?
Wait, say that one more time.
Like a brain dead person has no chance of living longer.
Dude, they're cellularly alive. They will stay cellularly alive if you keep them on the medical services, okay?
Yeah, but their brain is dead though.
Exactly. So they're dead in the context of brain
Okay,
death.
but a
So
baby's
think about
a
it this way.
baby's
So,
dead.
so think about it this way. Think about it this way, okay? If you consider them medically dead at that point, when does medical life begin?
When does medical life begin?
Yeah, if they're medically dead at the point of brain death, when does medical life begin?
Define medical life. When the brain is so you're I see what you're saying. Well, I mean,
like if someone's dead, brain dead, they're medically dead. Do you agree with me?
when a person begins growing, I guess, when a person at like conception, I guess, is what it would be.
No, that's not what it means, because
Why?
that would be cellular life. Cellular life is not what's granted as the determination for life if we're talking about medical life, because medical life ends at brain death, right? So if medical death is determined at brain death, it can't be something related to just cellular life, because cellular life is still present, right? It's subjective experience.
But
Around 20 through
so
20.
you don't think it's an unfair comparison because the zygote is growing and developing. Here I want you
I'm
to
not
understand.
making a comparison
No,
right
no,
now.
I'm not.
I'm
No,
not
listen,
making a comparison.
But I'm using. Calm down.
No,
Look at how.
I'm sorry. If I go over the same thing a million different times and you're misunderstanding every single time, I'm sorry. I'm gonna respond this way.
Okay. Look at it how I'm.
You're not. You're clear. It sounds like you're almost purposefully misunderstanding.
I'm not. This is what I'm saying though. If you're looking at it from my perspective, where a zygote is growing, is in developing as a human, and then you have, on the other hand, you have a brain dead person who is incapable. They're basically dead. They're not growing and developing as a human. Yes, they both have cellular life, but I guess I don't want to change my definition, but I thought you would understand in my definition is that like human life is relating to the fact that it's growing and it's developing in some sort of way, some shape or form.
Okay. You know that people who are like individuals that are brain dead, their nails can grow. That's a form of development.
I'm talking, yeah, but their brain. I'm talking more about from a brain standpoint, like they're developing.
Okay. Is the brain developing at conception? No, there's not a fucking brain. So it's not developing. A brain has to exist in order for it to develop. Okay? So are you saying prior to the point in which it has a brain that you don't consider it a person?
No.
Then what the hell are you saying? You're all over the place, bro. Okay, let me get you to this point. Medical death happens at brain death, right? Where does medical life begin? Brain alive, right?
Right.
Okay. And if brain death isn't just based upon...
When does a baby have a brain, though?
Well, it's not just having a brain, because brain dead individuals have a brain. It's about specifically having a brain that has the certain aspects of the brain operating to produce a subjective experience, because that's what we consider brain life, is when you produce a subjective experience. Okay? So if brain death happens at the end of sentience, when sentience has gone away, brain life begins earliest 20 through 24 weeks. Earliest. And some indicate even later. So the earliest at that point. So that's what you consider valuable at that point, right? Would be brain life, medical life. That's specifically when that begins.
Yeah, I guess the way I'm thinking of it is like it's such a unique scenario when somebody's like on like when somebody's brain dead and it's such a rare scenario. So it's like I feel like it's tough because it's like from a cost standpoint, it's not cheap to keep someone on life support, right? You know, so it's like I feel like most people ideally wouldn't want to pull the plug, but they have to because of financial reasons. Like they can't. Well, then what's the point of continuing them to live like
Okay,
this?
a lot of people get an abortion not because they want to, but because they financially can't afford.
Well, there's adoption. That's actually not true.
Well, couldn't you have society take care of people specifically who are brain dead as well?
What do you mean?
Couldn't you have society specifically?
Like,
couldn't you have like in the same way that you have society take care of like people through the context of adoption? Couldn't you have society for brain dead individuals as well? Like society takes care of them. So would you say that should exist? That the law enforces a system where you keep brain dead individuals on life support until they decompose?
I don't know.
Maybe it's something you need to think about.
Do you think people should take responsibility for their actions when they have sex and think about that maybe before? Because most abortions are happening because like it's consensual sex and they just decide to have abortion.
So if you want to talk about the conditions of people specifically getting an abortion, I think the way that they are taking quote unquote responsibility is by getting an abortion if they want it.
Wouldn't the responsibility is not having sex in the first place or using all the other ways of protection?
If you want to be an incel, you can do that, but you don't have to force everyone else to do that.
How is that being an incel?
Well, you just said don't have sex, dude. I'm sorry, bro. That's not going to happen.
I said don't have sex. No, that's actually not what I said. I said don't have sex or use the other types of protection that there are out there. So it's not true.
Over 50% of abortions come from failed contraceptives, meaning that they did utilize contraceptives, but yet they still got pregnant.
Where's that data come from? That doesn't sound possible.
The Guttmacher Institute. You can literally look it up.
So you're saying 50% of people use protection before getting an abortion?
Way more than 50%. That's just the amount of people that get pregnant because contraceptives, they reduce the likelihood of you getting pregnant. So if most people are using it, and it is the case that there are a small percentage of circumstances where people get pregnant, even though it is the case that they were using it, right? That's going to make up a majority of the circumstances of people getting abortions, is people who are in circumstances where it failed, right? Because so many people are using it. If like say 90% of the public is using it, and like let's say it has like a 10% likelihood of failing, which is way higher than what it typically is, right? 10% of the 90% of people, right, specifically would get pregnant, and then a certain percent of them would choose to get access to an abortion, right? So that would make up the more than half of the abortions, right, comparative to the amount of people who specifically did not utilize contraceptives and still got pregnant and then are deciding to get an abortion.
That's a lot. I wasn't able to track. I tracked some of it, but I kind of see what you're saying.
What part did you not track?
The numbers part, where you're saying how that got to 55% when the contraceptives are at 10%.
Okay, so essentially the point that I was bringing up is that contraceptives most times, right, work and are effective, but in some circumstances don't. And in the some circumstances where they don't, people get pregnant. Now, not every circumstance that someone gets pregnant while utilizing a contraceptive do they get an abortion, but in some circumstances they do. And in those circumstances that they do, that makes up more than half of the set of circumstances for people getting abortions. Less than half of the abortions that happen are from people who did not utilize contraceptives at all and still got pregnant.
Right. And I guess, I still think, but here's the thing though, like, sex isn't one of those things where it's like you have to have it to like survive. So I feel like every time, even if you are using perception, hey, am I wrong?
Well, I'm not stopping, bro. You're not stopping me.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, is like, do you think people when they engage in sex should be prepared to have a child, like know that could become a child? You know that the wife could get pregnant or the girl could get pregnant.
I think it's something to take into account, but I don't think that it's something that you have to expect everyone specifically would know. Like when I was 17 years old, right, I clearly was not able to take care of a kid at the age of 17. That would be absurd.
Right, but you didn't have to have sex either.
So I still was going to. The fuck?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you should know what you're getting into. Like you should, if you're gonna
Yeah.
have sex,
So
you
we should have proper
prepare.
sex ed. So we should teach children sex ed, right? We shouldn't be defunding sex ed like a bunch of these different conservative and Republican areas.
Defund sex. I mean, I don't think it's really something.
We should stop preaching abstinence because preaching abstinence has not done anything good.
Well, I mean,
just don't have sex. Yeah, how many people actually listen to that, man? Come on. Someone says that to me, I don't
Who
listen
knows,
to them at all.
bro?
Come on, be real.
Who knows? Semen retention? No, that's kind of bullshit. Whatever.
I'm sorry. Do you are you 100% abstinent?
What?
Are you 100% abstinent?
No.
Could you take care of a kid right now?
No, but I mean, you gotta.
Dude, get this guy, man. This guy, I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
What?
I can't do it. The hypocrisy is crazy. You can't take care of a kid right now. You're still engaging in sex, but you're like, everyone else, stop engaging in sex if you can't take care of children.
Dude, so using, oh my gosh, that's what condoms are for, buddy.
You think that they're 100% effective. So if you specifically got someone pregnant, right, still utilizing condoms, right?
That's why you don't.
What do you think that they should be allowed to get access to an abortion?
No, it's just about like controlling yourself and not, going all the way, I think, but that's what I would say.
What do you mean controlling yourself and not going all the way? What does that even mean?
Like not, finishing. Like that's what. What?
That's so. The actual edgelord. I'm sorry, bro. What? Who does that? Who does that? That's crazy, bro. I'm not gonna go into specifics on that, but what the fuck? What? That's nuts, dude. And also, do you know there's something called pre-cum as well, right?
Yeah, I know.
So you could still get someone pregnant doing that.
How? In a very low likelihood, yeah.
This is so crazy. This is such a crazy thing. I can't even fucking believe it, dude. That's a crazy statement to make, dude. That's actually nuts. He's like, dude, I can do it insofar as I just don't finish, bro. That's so crazy. Do you hear yourself? I can't believe that you just said that on the live stream. I can't even believe you just said that. That's crazy, bro. Bro, okay, so then the point that I'm making, do you get the point that I'm making? Is that you're literally telling people to not do the shit that you're literally doing.
What do you mean?
You're telling people not to have sex, and you're still doing it yourself.
I think you just.
And you're not ready to have kids, so then
you got to be more cautious. You got to be more cautious. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, telling people to be more cautious doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion, right?
I think we just have a fundamental disagreement on human life and when it begins, right? Or what we value as human life.
If you found out that your kid, once they meet the age of 18 years old, got an abortion, would you disown them?
No.
If your kid committed murder, would you disown them?
No, why would I disown them? They're still my child.
Okay,
I don't understand.
But they committed murder, under your view, right? How about this? A friend specifically got an abortion, right? Would you specifically stop being friends with them?
Yes, probably, yeah.
You would stop being friends with them if they got an abortion?
I would if they believed that, obviously I would try to tell them why I think they did it was wrong, but I wouldn't.
If your partner got pregnant and they chose to get an abortion, would you stay in a relationship with them?
What? Yeah.
Yeah, you would? So if you found out that your partner murdered someone, would you stay in a relationship with them?
No.
Okay, so you don't think it's murder. You know
Wait,
what? That's the
wait.
question I should be asking. I'm gonna start asking that question from now on. That is a fucking banger question right there.
What?
Absolute banger question. Right? If you were in a relationship with someone and they got an abortion, would you stay in the relationship with them? And obviously, you would say, yeah, you'd stay in a relationship with them, right?
But what was the question you asked before?
Would you stay in a relationship with them? You said, yeah, right? So then you must not think that they're a murderer, because you probably wouldn't stay with your partner if you fucking realized that they murdered somebody, right? Like,
if someone aborted my baby and I was in a relationship with them, would I stay with them?
yeah.
No,
Oh, so you'd break up with them?
probably.
That's crazy. That's crazy. But you would stay friends with someone if they got an abortion?
No, I told you no.
So no, you wouldn't stay friends with them.
No,
Okay.
probably
All
not.
Okay. How about if they thought it was okay? Would you stay in a relationship with someone who was pro-choice?
No.
No, you wouldn't. So you'd break up with them if you found out that they were pro-choice.
Well, I would know that before.
What if they changed their mind? If they changed their mind and became pro-choice, would you break up with them?
No. Or wait. If they changed their mind and they became, I've never ever met somebody who's gone from pro-life to pro-choice, because it's.
You've
it's
never
not a
met
thing
someone
I
who
do.
went from pro-life to
Not
pro-choice?
personally. That's just me though. So.
Well, people do that on the live stream all the time. That happens all the time. There are people in the chat that happen with them. And also, let me let you know as well. Hello, me. I used to be a Trump supporter, and when I was in high school, I was a Trump supporter. Now, I don't know if I was pro-life in the same sense that I probably could view it now. I probably was like anti-abortion but pro-choice, like thinking back on it. But like I've seen many people specifically who had similar views, right, have that position, be pro-life and change. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think it's been a good discussion. I honestly got to go, but it's been good.
I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Denise, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Denise. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. As well as Jessica, another Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Alyssa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Kimber with the $10. Kimber, another with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I need to find something like that. And then Shauna, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right, let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god.
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
So, first things first, I'm in the military, right? So, let's get that out of the way. I support Trump on mainly two things. First of all, he's the only president in modern time to combat the rise of China. And I very like the direction he's bringing the Department of War or the Department of Defense.
Okay. Other presidencies have addressed China. That's just not true.
Not as much as, Trump has. If you look at
what
the
has Trump
Democrats
done?
did.
What has Trump done?
Trump, the tariffs, and he's strengthening our ties with our countries over there. During Biden administration, right, Joe Biden pretty much abandoned the Indo-PACOM region, which is our allies like Japan, Korea, Philippines, Vietnam, our good allies out there. Joe Biden abandoned them. He absolutely abandoned them, left them to dry out on the curb, and let China.
How did he abandon them? In what way did he abandon them?
In what way?
Yeah.
By when? Do you not remember China building? I'll give you a good example. The Philippines, right? China was building all these artificial islands. China would bring out boats full of sand and dump them in the Philippine Sea to try to get a legitimate claim on the Philippine Sea, right?
Well,
So
I'm
China
asking
would
what did the Biden do?
Oh, I'm telling you. So when China was doing this, right, they were making artificial man-made islands to enhance their claim in the South China Sea. Joe Biden let it happen. Joe Biden did not support our Filipino allies who, when the Philippines try to go to the island and say, hey, this is our island, why are you guys on our land? Joe Biden did not support our Filipino allies
Give me a
at
source.
all. Just, there is no source. It's just truth. I mean, you could say that, but like, trust me, bro. I've never seen that. It's funny, but nah, bro. Dude, have you not heard about this? China makes
Go find your
artificial
source.
islands.
Go find your source, man.
You don't believe me. You don't believe it.
Wait, I don't just believe you when you say it. I need a source, man. I don't trust random Trump supporters that just say things on my lives. Like I don't think that's a valid source. I don't think that's a legitimate standing. Now, could what you're saying be true? Absolutely. There have been plenty of
100%.
circumstances where some people have come up in my life and they've said totally true things. Now go find the source.
If I close up TikTok, is it gonna like kick me out of the live?
No, I just won't hear you. You can come back into the app, and as soon as you get back into the app, I should be able to hear you again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to risk it. But anyways, you're gonna.
Hugo, thank you so much for the $10. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Josh for the $5. Mick Skittles, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Mojo, thank you for the £5. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Naya, thank you so much for the $50. Give some W's for Naya in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Johan, thank you so much for the $5. Neon with the $5. Carolina, thank you for the $2. Just Me, thank you for the $5. And Neon with the $10. Thank you.
All right, but anyways, China is creating artificial islands in the South China Sea to enhance their claim on the 9-dash line. The 9-dash line is what China claims, right? It is what they lawfully claim the South China Sea. And they are impeding on our allies' claims constantly with Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam.
Hey,
right?
can we talk about something that you do have sources for?
I mean, this is a true thing.
Like, don't just repeat what you don't have sources to prove. We can talk about the TPP, specifically how Donald Trump has gone after trade agreements with us and countries around the world, especially in Asia.
Okay, and like, I'm just telling you that Trump is the only president to combat China. And if you disagree with that, okay, then let's go.
He's not the only one, right? Now, in terms of
Biden
like for example, Biden specifically put tariffs on China relating to EVs, right, and EV production to help build up American manufacturing in terms of EV production.
Okay, but then if you look at our other allies, Biden left them out to dry, and it's you can't argue that he didn't. But anyways, if you want to argue something I do have sources on is what do you think about Pete Hegseth in the
right here? I have a title from BBC. South China Sea. Biden says U.S. will defend the Philippines if China attacks.
Well, yeah, that's basic stuff, but that's like a full-on invasion. The Philippines is our closest ally in the region, by far.
They literally invoked that under the administration. And then days after, Biden promises ironclad support. Boom, there we go.
And how come Biden didn't go in and support the Philippines when the Philippines went back out there? And you know what China was doing to the Filipino Navy, a small country? China bullied them. China was doing water cannons at them, pointing lasers.
You're not actually creating anything legitimate.
I am.
No, you're not. You're not showing anything legitimately relevant in terms of the different affairs between nations. Insofar as that you would specifically say that like Trump is going to create better conditions. Do you think that the people in the Philippines prefer Trump in terms of his leadership?
Yes, 100. I've been to the Philippines 4 times, right? I don't want to go too much in my military service, but I've been to the Philippines 4 times, right? The Philippines absolutely despises China. They love Trump over there. They did not like Biden. They despise Biden over there. They 100% do. And I talk about it too. I talk to Filipino locals, the ones selling the little food out there stands. I've talking to them multiple times about this, and they feel the same exact way, that Biden has left them out to fail, and now they're excited that Trump is back because Trump actually backs them.
I
don't know how you're saying
ratings.
that.
Hold up, I'm going to find approval ratings.
And
Biden had a higher approval rating than Trump. That's just not true.
I mean, if that's what you think, sure.
It is. No, it's true. This is from Statista.
That in the Philippines, Biden had a
Biden had a 9% higher approval rating than Trump.
I mean, that's just not true because I've talked to
It is.
many
I'm
Filipinos.
looking at it from Statista right now.
I've talked to many Filipinos and they don't feel that way.
Okay, well that's anecdotal. I'm giving you statistical
And the
evidence
Philippines
from
is just the
Statista.
Philippines is just one example of a country. What about all of our other allies in the region that we left out to dry? What about the U.S. Army deactivating multiple units in South Korea?
Well, you want me to
What
show
do you know about that?
Let's take a look at like our allies and let's see the public confidence they have in the different world leaders. You want to see real quick?
Sure. That's
All right.
blurry. Can't really see it. But
Yeah, I understand. I'm currently moving it so that you can see it.
All right,
You understand
man.
that? Right? This is Donald Trump. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Look at his. This is a confidence in him to do the right thing regarding world affairs. Do you see his 24 country median?
Okay. That's just what the countries think. That's not what he actually does.
34% confidence regarding world affairs. For him to
That's
do
just
the
what
right thing
people
regarding
think.
world affairs. Now, let's take a look at what Kamala Harris was. For example.
And you
Kamala
really
Harris-
think Kamala Harris would stick up to China? When China tries to bully our allies, you think Kamala Harris
Kamala Harris
be the
would
one
do
to
better
stick
than
up?
Trump is.
I
That's
I just
Trump.
I 100% disagree on that.
Kamala Harris would definitely do better than Trump is.
What has Kamala Harris done to do that in her career? I'll give you one example. The Democrat Party.
Hold up. Take a look. This is her confidence ratings.
Okay, and that doesn't mean nothing.
That's significantly higher. It's literally inverse.
Okay, and that doesn't mean anything.
She has over
What
55%
matters is
confidence.
what actually happened. What matters is the execution.
So you
I don't
won't
know.
accept any sources. What do you mean the execution? The countries around the world, they have way more confidence in her to do the right thing comparative to Donald Trump. If you want to talk about the conditions, all right, she was VP. She doesn't have as much power specifically to do those things, but yet still, they had significantly higher confidence in her than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a laughingstock on the world stage. Donald Trump is absolutely atrocious. Donald Trump does not do the best for the world. He's advocating for tariffs on all these different countries, so they are boycotting American products. Right? We are not looked at as the leader of the world with Donald Trump in the political office.
Yes, we
are
are. If
looked
you-
at
if
as a
you're
laughing
anything we're
stock.
not looking
In
at-
2018, the EU and European countries, as we specifically engage with, indicated that the world leader, the leader of the world, was Angela Merkel, because it is the case that Donald Trump was a laughing stock on the world stage. Right? We are not looked at specifically as the leader of the world, of the free world, under Donald Trump. That's not what
We are.
happens.
And I want you to look at one other thing. Search up how many of these NATO countries meet the annual budget for their NATO spending.
They increased NATO spending under the Biden-Harris administration to a greater extent.
You know why? Because back in 2017, Trump fucking went into NATO and
I
caused
don't even dispute that NATO
No,
needs to
the
spend
only
more, but
NATO
Trump has
countries
talked a
that
lot
were-
more about that. Trump has talked about pulling out of NATO. Trump has talked about all of these different things also, but now recently he's more pro-NATO and more pro-Ukraine because he specifically is indicating that we can take back the entirety of of Ukraine that in which Russia took. So if you want
Yeah.
to talk about that, we can, but this is not going to indicate again that Trump is better off. It's going to indicate again he's worse off.
No, I think he's better off. Our European allies are absolutely useless. Germany is a useless ally. Our best ally in Europe is Poland.
So, okay, you're just saying we have a bunch of
Poland.
useless allies. Okay, so then what,
Yes.
do you think we should get rid of NATO?
I think that there needs to be significant reform in NATO.
So
because
should-
NATO,
no,
as
you
an
said that
organization right now-
you said Germany is a useless ally. What makes you think that
Yes.
Germany is a useless ally?
Germany, the German military is severely. Trust me, I've worked with the German military in my army career. Right, I've seen how they
It's-
operate.
by the way, the only
Yeah.
thing is not just military. What else? What are the reasons in general as to why Germany is a horrible
Okay,
ally
sorry,
under your view?
My bad. Let me reframe. Germany is a terrible military ally. I'll say that.
Okay.
I worked with Germany multiple times. I worked with German troops. I worked with German commanders. Right, and I've seen firsthand
Are
they are
you a veteran?
ill-equipped. No, I'm active.
You're active duty.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I guess I have a few questions. Then, did you take an oath to the Constitution?
I did.
Okay. So and that was to uphold the Constitution, correct?
Yes.
So if Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you stop supporting him?
Hell yeah. The hell?
Okay. Well, I can give you a tweet right now of Donald Trump saying just that. Literally verbatim. Would you like to see?
I mean, that's why are we changing the topic here, though?
Because I knew that this would be relevant as soon as I knew that that was applicable. So I want you to take a look here real quick.
I'm not like a Trump. First of all, I'm not even a Trump blazer. Honestly, I'm not like so super MAGA to begin with. But okay, and if Trump tried to enact something like that, I would stick to my oath. If Trump tried to enact something like that, I would stick to my oath.
You said if he said this, you wouldn't support him anymore. He did say this. I'm showing it to you on the screen right now.
My oath. I said I would support my oath to the Constitution.
No,
to the
you
people
said you said that you literally said if he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, you wouldn't support him anymore. So do you not support
I said
him
I would
anymore?
keep my oath to the people of the United States and the Constitution.
So if he specifically violated multiple of the amendments, would you specifically stop supporting him?
Not necessarily.
So again, it doesn't sound like you are actually upholding your oath there, man.
I am.
That doesn't sound like you're upholding your oath.
No, I'm upholding my oath.
Wait,
Who
watch
are you
this.
to say that I'm not? What
If
have you done?
If Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you say that it is the case that you wouldn't support him anymore?
If he actively tried to, terminate
to
that
try.
and want to, he has
so
to actively.
so if he said it, you still would support him, right?
Trump says a lot of things.
Okay. And I am going to evaluate, because this is, again, him calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's a complete and total violation of the Constitution, right? I absolutely think that is a violation of the oath, right? Like, just based upon utilizing your, like, just basic reasoning skills.
Wait, what? My bad. I was looking at a text.
If
I'm
you
sorry.
just utilize your basic reasoning skills, it's going to indicate that you violated your own oath, because it is a
No.
violation of the Constitution to support someone who called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
And that's why I'm saying, if Trump actually actively tried to do that, I
You
would.
don't have to act upon that. Like, if someone else ran for president and they said that, you wouldn't support them, right? Even if they didn't act upon it yet, you still wouldn't support them, right?
I don't know. I'd have to see their
What
other
do you
policies.
mean you don't know?
I would have to see their other policies.
Okay, not only has he done that, but he's actively gone against the Constitution in multiple ways. He violated a 9-0 order from the Supreme Court. He called for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First
Valid.
Amendment. Valid?
Yeah.
Isn't that one of the freedoms you fight for?
Yeah, and I've had people I had very close friends to me that died wearing that flag. So
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it should be illegal. You fought for the freedom, right?
I fought for the freedom, right? Now, it is disrespectful to have, my buddy Samuel L. Ryder, may his soul rest in peace, who died wearing the uniform, right? It is incredibly disrespectful to burn the flag that the country of him serving, that he died for.
So again, as it relates to that, you could say it's disrespectful, but disrespect is not illegal, right? Do you think that all disrespectful actions should be illegal? Because then Trump would be in prison.
Do I think all disrespectful actions should be, given prison?
Yeah, like should it be illegal? Should you get a year in prison for disrespectful actions?
I mean, no, but
Okay, so then why should it be illegal just because it's disrespectful?
because, okay, fine. I'll give you that one, man. Sure. I understand where you're coming from, but do you think what's your opinion on it? Do you think it's disrespectful?
I can see how people see it as disrespectful. It depends on the context, because I do think that
I've had
you
a buddy
can.
that-
I do think you can burn the American flag and you're going against the certain conditions of the Trump administration right now, and that would make total sense. I could see how
You know
someone
what
could
happens in other countries when you burn their flag?
Well, it doesn't matter just because it happens in other countries, right? I could point to a bunch of different countries where you disagree with the laws that exist in their countries.
Oh yeah, but anyways, going back to our original topic, Trump is just much more superior in foreign policy, especially with our militaries, how we coordinate with each other.
Wait,
and
can I ask you a
up.
question? How do you feel about Trump saying that John McCain is not a war hero because he was captured?
I think that's bogus. John McCain is a war hero.
Yeah, so you obviously think that's insane and fucked up, right? So
Yeah.
then, like
Like
so
I
then
said,
why
I'm
do you
not
still
someone.
support him even though he said that? Why do you still support him even though he said that veterans are
Because Trump
suckers and
says a lot
losers?
of Trump says a
Trump
lot
also
of
said that veterans are suckers and losers. Why do you support him still in that
because
context?
Trump says a lot of dumb shit. Like I said, I'm not no like crazy MAGA supporter, but Trump says a lot of dumb shit. I will agree with you on that.
So
He
why
does.
why do you support him even though he does such crazy shit?
Because I just told you his foreign policy, especially his stance on China and what he has done for the military, especially the Department of War. I know it's harder for a civilian to understand it, but especially what the Department of War has done, it's reformed our military into a modern, lethal fighting force compared to what it wasn't before.
It already was. You understand that we had the largest
No.
investment in the military of any country ever. It was already the largest military in the world by far. If you want to talk about the conditions for us being in response to China, I think we're in a worse circumstance specifically to grow our economy and to continue specifically like growing our overall system so that we can support any system that we would need to when Donald Trump imposes tariffs that are incredibly harmful to our economy. Also, the trade war is not beneficial. We've got nothing out of the trade war with China. What did we get?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So then why are you arguing that that was like the good thing that Donald Trump did specifically in relation to addressing China when it was absolutely atrocious and we've got nothing out of it?
Because you got to look at the other things that Trump did. Like I said earlier, Trump supporting our allies in the region when Biden left them out to dry.
They didn't. I literally just gave you a citation earlier that they did not do that and that they specifically said that they would have ironclad defense. Right? Biden says support for Philippines, Japan defense, ironclad amid growing China provocations. That was in April 11th, 2024. This is a PBS article.
Okay, and that's just talk. Is he actually going to execute that?
You understand
No.
that? Wait, this is actually them executing. It was him meeting with different world leaders.
Okay, so then where was he supporting our Filipino allies when China was invading small Filipino islands in the South China Sea? Where
Again,
was
you literally provided no source or information that he wasn't providing anything in any certain context. I would love for you to provide me a single source that indicates this. Give me a single one.
I mean, I would if I could, but
You can. I'll give you time.
I'm not going to close the app right now to go through.
Yes, you can. Yes, you
just
can.
remember that whole time.
Go for it. How about you go do it right now? We have time.
Nah, man. It's just true.
It's just true. So exactly.
Yeah.
Trust me, please, please trust me.
Nah, man. If you were around during the time, if you paid attention to international, news, you would see that. And I saw firsthand that islands.
I did pay attention, and again, you need to provide me a source. If you can't provide me a source, that's your fault.
All
It's
right,
not my fault.
What is my source? My two own eyes? Because
Your two own eyes is not a source. You need to provide an
sailing
actual
around
verifiable.
islands in
You need to
South
you need to
Tennessee
provide
that
verifiable
China's
proof for
invaded.
the live stream.
China. So you support China?
No.
It sounds like you do. Would you willing to admit that China is a communist dictatorship that is committing a genocide?
The United States is also committing a genocide.
We're committing a genocide against it.
Yes, Gaza, right? It's funding a genocide in Gaza.
Israel has every right for military action in Gaza.
Oh, so now you're just saying genocide is justified.
I'm not saying genocide is justified. I'm saying
You
that
just
Israel
said
has
you
every
just said it
action.
was.
Okay, and then
Israel
what about
Israel is
October
committing
7th?
the genocide.
Then what about October 7th when all the Palestinians flew on fucking little kites over the border to go ahead and kill innocent Jewish families? What about that?
That's wrong. That is atrocious, right?
So then why are you guys supporting terrorists? You're supporting a terrorist organization.
You're the one who supports a terrorist organization, the IOF, the Israeli Occupational Forces, right?
No,
You understand that? Wait, define terrorist.
Terrorist? People
Yeah.
that go in and innocently kill?
So what's happening in Gaza? Like Israel currently actively killing a bunch of innocents in Gaza?
So
In
is
the
the
West
USA
Bank?
terrorist? So let me ask you this. Is the USA terrorist for after 9/11 when we went into the Middle East? Are we terrorists?
Yes, that was terrorism. That was the U.S. engaging in terrorism. Yes.
Okay. That is a crazy claim that you think the USA
It's not.
that
It's
we
not.
were terrorists.
It's not. The U.S.
that we were
justified going.
terrorists because
The
we-
U.S.
So
justified
what
going
were we
into the
gonna do
Middle
after
East
9/11?
based upon
So
lies
after
that there were
9/11, what
weapons.
were we gonna
The
do?
U.S. justified
Oh,
going
it's
into the
okay,
Middle
guys.
East based upon weapons of mass destruction, which is a total and complete lie. They used that as justification, then went in there for the past 20 years, hundreds of thousands of civilians dead, millions of people dead. That is absolutely fucking atrocious. It's disgusting, and that is terrorism sponsored by the U.S. government. It absolutely is. If you cannot acknowledge that is terrorism, then your claims that anyone else is engaging in terrorism are completely unfounded. and they have no basis in reality, because you are not saying that it's terrorism when specifically the U.S. or Israel specifically engages in it. And that's why I'm anti-war. That's why I say that we should not be doing that shit around the entire world. We shouldn't be putting fucking almost $1 trillion a year into our military so that we can engage in destabilization of the entire global sphere, right? Specifically around the entire world, rather than using that money to invest, right, in trade relations and, building up, our infrastructure and, and providing people health care and health insurance and child care and housing affordability and ensuring that Americans are actively taken care of. But instead of doing that, we're putting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over decades into funding literally genocides, into funding literally mass destruction of, countries around the entire world, destabilizing their countries, literally funding military dictatorships and reinstating them over when they have democracies, right? That's not what the U.S. should be doing on a world stage. What the U.S. should be doing is specifically taking care of its own, putting America first, actually caring about itself, right? Instead of specifically going around the entire world, right, and trying to play fucking police and trying to go around the entire world and trying to literally play military man and fucking killing people en masse. That is terrorism. Absolutely.
And real quick, whatever you said, right? Our military budget is not enough to sustain our military. We need to be pumping more money into our military to sustain it.
Dude, that's crazy. We spend more than the next 14 nations. We spend more.
Struggling.
No,
units are struggling.
Not because
I'll give you a great example.
Let me explain this. We spend more than the next 14 nations combined. Most of them being
It's
our
not
allies.
enough.
We could
It
cut
is
our
not
military
enough.
budget in half and still spend over 100 billion more than the next 10.
It's not enough.
More than the next, more than China specifically. Now, if you're saying it's not enough, right? Then it's not enough because of how we're currently spending it, because we can't account for the trillions of dollars. Why is the Department of Defense not passing any of these audits? Trillions of dollars gone. We have no clue where it went.
All right, but we need more money in the Department of Defense, right? Department of War. First of all, let's stop calling it Department of Defense. Department of Defense is not a
Department of
it's
Defense.
Department of War. It's Department of War.
Nope.
It is.
Stay
Department
mad.
of War.
Stay mad.
But anyways,
Why?
Right.
Are you a sensitive little snowflake getting mad that I'm using a different word?
no, it's
Look at this sensitive little snowflake getting so mad about words.
I'm respecting you. I ask for the same respect back, man. But anyways, there are units that are struggling with maintenance, right? I see it, right? I'm in the military. I've been in multiple different units. I've seen units where they can't get strikers working. They can't get HIMARS working. They can't get 270s. All these military assets that we have, right? On paper, what good does it do if those units can't maintain their stuff? I'm telling you right now, if it's harder to explain to somebody that's not in the military, right? But if you go into any one of these units, right? One of these military units, right? And if you ask, hey, what percentage of your guys' vehicles and equipment is war ready? If China invaded today, are we war ready?
China's not invading.
To 95% of the units would not be war ready, would not be war capable. They wouldn't, not at all.
Because we're not in wartime. We're not in wartime. We don't need to be actively wartime all the
2027.
time.
Trust me,
And by the way, again, in terms of this, that's not a claim. They will prepare and they will get involved. You understand that war doesn't need to happen like that in terms of us being able to immediately 100%
So when China
divert
invades
everything
Taiwan-
towards war economy. No, that's not how
So
we
when
run our
China
economy.
invades
We don't
Taiwan,
run our
right?
we don't run our economy on just 100% wartime. Right, we're not going into war right now. China's not going to invade the United States. This is fear
They're
mongering.
going to invade Taiwan in 2027.
Okay, so you say that they're going to invade Taiwan in 2027 under Trump. Is Trump going to be able to respond?
Yes, because Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, is actively preparing us for that. The Democrats are very restricting us with our military spending, right? But Pete Hegseth is trying his best, kicking out fat soldiers, transgender soldiers.
You're so
kicking them all
fucking
out.
disgusting. Kicking out trans people is so fucked up. There's literally no reason to do
How?
that. Also, specifically
I'm gonna
people,
tell you.
you want to kick out, you want specifically military officers and generals not to be quote unquote fat. Have you seen the fucking president? Hello? Do you know the fucking, you think that looks good on a world stage under your own perspective? He said it doesn't look good. It makes us look weak to other nations, but it's okay with the fucking president? Are you kidding me?
So,
Are you
the
trolling?
reason-
You've got to
the
be
reason why I
joking
say
me.
that is it's a readiness issue, right? That's what we call it in the military. It's a readiness issue.
You've
If
got to
you
be,
have a
no. Hold up. It's a readiness issue? Is Trump ready?
If you have a soldier that cannot pass his annual
No. Hegseth. By the way, Hegseth did not say it was specifically a readiness issue. Hegseth said it makes us look weak. That's what he said. He said it
It's a
makes us
readiness
look
issue.
weak. So you,
No matter
you
what he
why
said,
doesn't he
it's
apply
a
that to the
readiness
president?
issue.
Why doesn't he?
It's a
The
readiness
first thing that came to my mind was, why doesn't he talk about the president?
Why? I don't talk about the president?
No, fucking Hegseth.
Because that's not his job to talk about this president. His job is to make sure that readiness and standards are maintained in the military.
Yeah, but not by the head of the military, right? Not by the president.
Check. There's a saying in the military: check down, not up.
Okay. So rules for thee, but not for me. Rules for thee,
So
but
let me
not for
continue,
Trump.
right? The reason why
Trump,
I
Trump
support-
doesn't get any of these
the reason-
rules at all.
the reason why-
there needs to be none of these rules for Trump.
The reason why, right? That and transgender soldiers aren't readiness.
you're
issues.
crazy. You're
If we
crazy.
have a soldier, if we have a
No,
soldier,
it has
that
nothing to
can't
do. It
practice
has nothing.
being
By
a
the way, it has
witness,
nothing to do with trans
you say when
people.
he gets
The
shot,
fact that you want
how
to
is
kick
he
out
gonna run
trans
to
people is
cover?
fucking
He can't run to
disgusting.
cover.
It's actually fucking
How?
disgusting. There's no fucking reason you can point to specifically come up with literally why you think trans people should be kicked out of the military. That's fucking crazy. Now tell me again why President fucking Bone Spurs, who dodged the draft on multiple fucking occasions, right, is the person that specifically makes this country look strong when it is the case that literally that's what is being prioritized by Pete Hegseth. Please tell us why President Bone Spurs.
What was your question?
Yeah, tell us why President Bone Spurs, right, who dodged the draft on multiple occasions, right, specifically, is actually making this country look so very strong.
Because he directed Pete Hegseth as the Secretary of War.
to go after people that look like Trump, that act like Trump, that are like Trump, but not Trump.
It's all Pete Hegseth. Trump has almost no say in the military at all. It's all Pete Hegseth, right? All these rules are getting passed about.
If Trump were in the military, Pete would have kicked Trump out. Judy, thank you for the $10. Emily with the $5. Thank you so much, Roberto. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Sonia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Janelle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Megan, thank you for the $5. Madison, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
But anyways, right? Pete Hegseth is the best thing that has happened to the military. If you disagree with that, I don't see how you.
No, it's not. Pete Hegseth is a joke, dude.
So, do you not support maintaining readiness? A ready force? Should we just be like casually lounging around? So, like a soldier, right? An average soldier.
I don't think the conditions that they specifically applied on through the context of Pete Hegseth are good. I think that they're bad. I think specifically the things like attacking people specifically for having beards is crazy. And I think that's definitely really harmful, especially for people who cannot shave their beards to that extent. That doesn't take away from them doing anything good in terms of like the military.
I'll give you my take. I'll give you my take on that, right? For African American soldiers, right? My opinion is that they should be able to maintain their beards because most of them do have skin conditions, right? But also, right? You look around and there's automatically a lot of pagan and Nordic religions in the military, and all of them have beards. And it is a readiness issue too, having a beard, technically. Now I'm going to tell you why.
So hold up, I have a few things to say. I don't know what you mean by specifically skin conditions, but I do want to talk about the fact that specifically, it does have racist implications. The not allowing for people to have access to beards, because it is the case that that it can affect people specifically who are black, right? Not being able to go like to shave their beard and their mustache to the same extent because of specifically the impact that it can have, particularly on their skin. So it can have negative and disparate outcomes. I mean, but it is the case that it's not true in all circumstances.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Yeah, I do. That is one thing that I do not like Pete Hegseth on, and him cracking down the beards, because, like I said, black soldiers, most of them have that. I don't know exactly what the skin condition is called.
Don't say like most of them or anything like that, but I would definitely say it's going to have a disparate outcome, like a negative impact.
Yeah. So I don't know what this condition is called, but that condition does mainly affect African American soldiers. I'll agree with you on that one. I've stood by that before too, right? But also, right, beards are a readiness issue too. I don't know if you know this, you probably don't, but when you have a beard, right, and the gas mask that the Army uses, right, you cannot put a gas mask on with your beard and properly seal it. So that is a readiness issue. So let's say if we're in combat, right, and, North Korea uses gas, because North Korea is a big fan of using chemical weapons. Who says that, Johnny over here, who claims to be a Nordic pagan, right, who refuses to shave his beard, when that gas attack comes, he can't put his gas mask on and he's going to die. It's a readiness issue. And that is an unnecessary casualty. Do you understand where that's coming from?
So specifically, do you think special forces should be allowed to have beards?
No.
No?
They need to. They need to stand
Pete
to the same
Hegseth
standard.
allowed for them to.
Yeah, and I disagree with that. Yeah, I think they need to be held to the same standard as the rest of the soldiers. Just because they've done cooler shit and they, they are special forces, that doesn't give them special privileges. No, they need to be held to the same standard as the rest of the soldiers.
Yeah,
That's my opinion.
So you understand that there's going to be distinctions in the context of combat versus like the general military as a whole. So there's a few things that we could talk about as it relates to that. Again, this is all ridiculous shit. None of this shit is relevant, right? This is what I mean. Like they're just renaming the Department of Defense. They're renaming the Gulf of Mexico. They're renaming a bunch of shit for no fucking reason.
Okay, but like, what did you mean by that last thing you said of like, there's a difference between, like now and war. Once we go to war, like you'd think that we could just tell all the soldiers with beards to shave and they're going to listen. It's a thing. So the way it works is, right, the military cannot, the way it works is to have a beard.
By the way, they're going to listen now, but they wouldn't listen during wartime. That makes no fucking sense.
No. Let me talk. So the way it works, if you want to have a beard in the military, you need something called a profile, right? And what the profile is, it's given by a medic, right, an army doctor, and it says this soldier is allowed to have a beard, right? And if the soldier wants, when we go to war, right, everybody has to apply by that profile. If you go against
why the fuck are we even talking about this? Who gives a dude? I'm sorry. The fact that we're even having a conversation about people having beards in the military to me is fucking nuts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How the fuck does this relate to our defense of our country? The people having beard. I'm sorry. This is crazy. We do not. Every single person who's in the military does not need to be combat ready at that very fucking second.
What?
Yes. Not every single person in the military is supposed to be combat ready. You understand? There's a lot of people who are in the military whose jobs have nothing to do with combat.
Yeah, I know that. But they still need to be combat ready. Because at the end of the day, there's a saying in the military. Every person's in the military's first job is an infantry.
They have nothing to do with combat, and yet they need to be. So by the way, the people working in IT. Wait, hold up. The people working in IT, they need to be combat
when
ready.
Shit hits the fan, they're picking up a rifle and getting in the trenches with us. That is exactly what they're doing.
I can't do it, shoot. Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Kelly, with the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Emily, thank you for the $5. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. For Army Vet here, Department of War is the most cringe shit ever. Also, I'm sure this dweeb is highly unliked by his peers and unit. Bent, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Press, thank you so much for the $2. DJ, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Hugo, thank you for the $10. Summer, thank you for the membership subscription. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Josh, for the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up, everyone. If I missed anyone's donations, I do apologize. For people who are here on the YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. Just letting everyone know I'm going to be getting off right now. I appreciate everyone coming through. I'm going to send everyone over to Dean's stream. Go to It's Dean with 2 A's, 2 N's on TikTok, and look up Dean Withers on YouTube if you want to go do a Parker raid right now. I might join his stream at some certain point, but as of right now, I'm going to be getting off. Later, I'll be on for a little bit. I'll probably do a stream later tonight, starting 7:30 or 8 p.m. Pacific time tonight. Once my girlfriend is gone, because I'll have some time tonight where I'm not going to be doing stuff. So we'll have another set of debates tonight, everyone. I'll see everyone then. I love everyone so much. Go check out Dean's stream. Parker Raid, love from Parker. I love everyone so much, everyone. Love from Parker. Parker Raid. I might join in a bit. All right, I love y'all.